What up, YouTube? 21 and up. Twenty-one and up. Got a peaches and cream with E&J peach brandy and peach monster. It's delicious. So, Joe Biden gave a trans woman Woman of the Year on International Women's Day, and biological women are pissed. Now, the argument that pretty much every biological woman makes is that they've been woman their entire life. They've identified as a woman their entire life. And all of a sudden, some man turns into a female and has only been male to female for like 4 years. And they're getting this award over cisgendered women. Two things. First of all, from a female's perspective, men have had the upper hand. We've been paid more. Society respects our opinions more. The minimum wage gap is sexist. Women have had to fight for like equality since the 60s to have equal opportunity for both genders. Just to have men who are now coming out as trans and then stealing their rights. And if you call it out for what it is, you're transphobic. Women are sick and tired of having their gender erased. Oh, believe me, men are having our genders erased too. They're sick and tired of their gender being treated like it's a costume. On the flip side of this argument, trans people have also had to fight for equality. Both women and trans people or individuals have been oppressed by white, straight, cisgendered men, while giving trans people less privilege than actual women. And as a result, you see the society we live in today. Fuck sickos. Less than 1% of the population is trans, LGBTQ, whatever. And an even smaller of that proportion of people are sickos. And sickos cower behind LGBTQIAA plus because they know what they're doing is wrong. What they want to do is wrong and messed up. Just don't even get me started. Just because we normalize Caitlyn Jenner doesn't mean we gotta normalize inappropriate shit that's being done to certain people under a certain age. Sydney Watson said it best: if you're a fan of the playground, go fuck yourself. Now, growing up as a goth, the word tranny and the word faggot were used as insults. People called me gay, all kinds of fucked up shit. Because the idea of a man, a hetero cis man wearing makeup, it triggers people. The idea that women cannot like sports or that men cannot wear makeup without it being a question of their sexuality or their gender identity is simply crass. That even though trans people have more rights, there is still discrimination in our society. You look at Jeffree Star, the dude, he identifies as a male, but he likes dressing as a female and wearing pink. Does that mean he's trans? Of course not. But Jeffree Star says pronouns are stupid. And I agree, pronouns are stupid, but how do they personally affect you? Because last time I checked, that's their problem. If you have donated to Cobra's Cash App and PayPal, I'll be doing shout outs for those tomorrow. Focus on the stream right now. Now, a couple of days ago, it was International Women's Day, and I made the comment, I don't care if you're a trans woman, I don't care if you're a cis woman, happy International Women's Day to all the women out there. I just find it fucking rich when, like, cis women are telling women who are trans, you can't steal my identity, kind of thing. But then trans women are telling cis women, you can't tell them what to do. So it's just a really giant shit show of immature, overgrown children. Well, you said, no, oh, well, you said you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, yeah? Well, rubber glue back to you. It's how it is in our society anymore. Now, the argument I would argue is that women know exactly how hard it is to be a woman, and your first couple of years of being a woman, it was tough. So here's what I'm going to say. Cisgendered women need to have more understanding for trans people. And trans people need to understand you're never 100% going to be like the gender you identify. Now, if you want to have they, them pronouns and identify as the opposite gender, I'll play along. As long as you ain't a sick fuck, I don't give a shit. But you have to acknowledge that you're never going to be like the original. And cisgendered people need to realize that it's tough being a man or being a woman or just being a human being in general. People just need to be people need to be nicer to each other. Excuse me. I'm having a peaches and cream mixed with E&J peach, Monster peach zero sugar, a peach cobbler ice cream, and some A&W cream soda. That is a delicious after 5 o'clock treat for 21 and up. But you got to realize that for cisgendered women who've had to fight for equality their entire life are now being outshined by men who identify as females, and then they get the appropriate surgeries to do so. Even more ironic, when you have women who put on a strap on and pretend to be trans, it pisses off the trans community. So, like, do you see the irony on both sides here? This ironic hypocrisy is what it is. What's Casper's favorite movie? I heard it was Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters 5 be like Venkman's they them great granddaughter is questioning on whether or not she's a man. And they're dealing with the pronouns poltergeist. Ooh. A semi-sexual specter of sorts. Venkman, you're questioning your gender identity. What a coincidence. So is this poltergeist. A pesky pronouns poltergeist. And a super gay ghost. That is a delightful little drink combo. That's amped up to like the peach flavor to 11, dude. Mm. When Scooby Doo goes more woke than Velma. Like Zoink Scoob is the semi-sexual specter. Right, Raggy. This week, Scooby Doo and the gang chase after a semi-sexual specter. I tell you what, I know I ain't getting laid. My wife thinks I'm ugly. Talk about bisexual. Huh. When I get undressed in front of my wife, she says, bye, I'm not having sex with you. And I tell you what, no respect. Semi-sexual? How the fuck does that work? You ever tried having sex with a semi while it's going 80 miles down the highway? That semi better have 18 wheels, you sick fuck. I tell you what, no respect. Goth Dangerfield. I know I ain't getting no pussy. Are you kidding me? The only one getting ass around here is my toilet. I took a shit earlier after having some Taco Bell. As soon as I came into the bathroom, I said, honey, I'm home. What the hell is a pansexual? Sitting there jacking off while the pan boils some spaghetti. Oh, you dirty bitch. Yeah, make that pasta al dente, you fucking slut. Oh my god, Cobra, don't slut shame pots and pans. Objects have feelings too, you objectivist, you objectivist piece of shit. Well, I didn't know pots and pans had feelings. Now I feel bad when I stick them on the stove. Oh, they like it when you make them all boiling hot. You kidding me? I know I'm ugly. How ugly are you? Yeah, I'm so ugly I make people with leprosy cry. Are you kidding me? I know I'm creepy. Yeah, how creepy are you? I'm so creepy I give the Addams family nightmares. Yeah, I tell you what, no respect. Goth Dangerfield. I like to have a cigarette after sex. You know, my wife hasn't fucked me since 1977. I still got the same pack of cigarettes. I tell you what, life ain't easy. Doctor told my wife to quit smoking. They said the cigarettes will kill you. Well, my wife took one look at me and said, Doc, I'll have 2 packs of cigarettes, please. But the whole mansplaining thing is so stupid. Your revenge, hatred, and ironic hypocrisy and microaggression towards the straights and the whites and the cisgendered is not going to make anything go away. It's just going to create more hatred. And what kills me about LGBTQ is they're all about equality. But the second you say, I support trans rights, however, like J.K. Rowling said, I don't think trans people should have more rights. More rights just because you're trans. This should be about gender equality here. But you can't say that without being called a transphobe. And yet, ironically, if a cisgendered person demanded to have more rights than trans people, that person would be canceled so quickly. But it's Friday night, tubes. I figure I'd talk about this. President Biden giving non-binary Biden giving a trans and stunning brave female the award for Woman of the Year. And it's a very touchy subject because if you say, well, I stand with biological women and I'm tired of the erasure of women's identity, you get called a transphobe. I mean, to a point, yes, it is erasing women's identity, but it's also preserving it, if you think about it. And you want to be technical about it, men's identity is being erased too. We're being told all women want is assholes, and women are being told all men want is sex. And it creates a very toxic culture that we live in. That we can't just support trans people without erasing the identity of cis people. that trans people cannot demand equality without having to bully everyone else into doing it because they're sick and tired of being bullied and oppressed. And I'm like, hypocrisy's a bitch, ain't it? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. That's how you know that women are so fucking catty, they can't handle other women getting the attention. You know? And that goes both ways for both trans women and cis women. Just something about estrogen that turns you into I support trans people, but people cross the line with it. Hashtag normalize the bulge. How about no thank you? If I went on TV in my cock holster and started trying to play the piano with my dick and balls, that shit would be canceled so quickly. They'd be like, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Shh. But a dude who's halfway through transitioning into a female and identifies as female goes on TV and starts playing the piano with their bulge in front of children, mind you. No one says a fucking thing. And that kind of inclusivity encourages sickos. Stop calling kids cute. That encourages sickos. There's nothing cute about babies or toddlers or kids or any of that. That kind of inclusive language encourages sickos. Fuck sickos. Kids are not cute, they're adorable. There's a difference. And furthermore, just because we allow Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White to identify as female does not mean, X, Y, and Z. Fuck sickos. Pretty straightforward. We gotta draw the line somewhere. This person identifies as a black person who's bipolar and in a wheelchair, but they're white, they can walk a perfectly straight line, and they have no mental problems. But all they have to do now is say that they're trans disabled, trans black, and transgender, and you must go along with it, otherwise you're a bigot. At some point, when does it become mental delusion, And people are telling me to grow the fuck up because I believe in what I believe in, which is why I'm not going to go out of my way to bully somebody for being trans. I'm just asking questions. You want to tell me to grow the fuck up? How about society grows the fuck up? I don't go around forcing everybody to call me King Cobra. I don't go around everyone forcing them to identify me as King Cobra or forcing them to recognize my cult. The art of not forcing people is a beautiful thing. But when trans people are hypocrites about the shit that they preach, and then they whine about how they're being oppressed and bullied, so they bully J.K. Rowling for just assuming she's trans. And it's so goddamn bad that people get bullied for playing Hogwarts Legacy. What the actual fuck? If you hate J.K. Rowling that much, then simply just ignore her. Don't fuck with Hogwarts Legacy. Don't buy her books. Just fucking ignore it. Because you want the rest of the world to think like you, and you can't handle someone else having their own fucking opinion, and that triggers you for some odd reason. As long as they don't go out of their way to be a dick to you, who cares, dude? That's all I'm saying. And furthermore, you're a woman, you know what it's like to come into womanhood and what it's like to go on that journey of self-discovery, dealing with estrogen. Let me ask women this. Women, you're used to having estrogen. Could you imagine making that brave and life-altering decision to replace your testosterone with estrogen? How fucking emotional that would be, the highs and the lows. If you're used to being a man your entire life, it's going to be a culture shock for you when you become a woman. At the same time, if you've benefited from testosterone your entire life, and now you have a little bit of estrogen in your fucking bloodstream, and you're allowed to compete against biological women, I sincerely think that is incredibly unfair. However, I also believe that trans people should have the right to compete in sports as the gender they identify. So, I propose a solution. How about offering a trans league? Giving people, trans locker rooms. You know what I'm saying? There was this high school, and I covered it on my channel. Well, while I'm yakking, should we make another peaches and cream? I think we shall, fam. Normally, when I make my Cobra's peaches and cream, I just mix the Stella Rossa peach with A&W cream soda and some peach cobbler ice cream. But for the Friday stream, I wanted to amp up the peach taste. So I'm adding, like I said, some E&J peach. E&J has been making delicious brandy since the 70s. And we're going to mix it with some peach monster. I'm going to get up and grab the ice cream. 1 second. If you feel personally attacked because someone else's opinion, well, I guess that depends on the opinion. Like as long as you're into sicko, outside of that, who cares? It's just a personal opinion. Someone was like, "Oh my god, I like Ford pickup trucks." And like a typical truck person, you're like, "Nah, Fords are for pussies. Real men drive Chevys." And then you call them a faggot for driving a Chevy, and now it's just this back and forth macho contest. No offense to Ford, but all of cars today kind of suck because all trucks look the same. In my personal opinion, you see, if you have a 52 Ford pickup or a 52 Dodge or a 52 Chevy, they had distinct differences. These days, they're all crap. They're all built with cheap materials that dent up and break easy, so it costs you more money in the repair shop. You know why it's cheaper to fix older cars? Because older cars were built better. That is a scam by the automotive industry that's designed to be like, well, it crushes up like a pop can to help save you from a car crash. Right. Sure, you keep telling yourself that. People are like, chug it. I gotta say, the Cobra's peaches and cream, regardless if you're adding like peach monster or peach E&J, is pretty delicious. If I were to really make this drink combo pop, I'd have some of that Jackson peaches and cream that the fans sent me to really fucking just complete it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't have that on hand because it's Friday and I don't want to buy too much liquor now, but just enough to enjoy my Friday. I got a 6-pack of Bud Light Platinum at my feet, plus 2 bottles here, so I'm good. I'm content, YouTube. Splash of cream soda. I'm gonna kind of mix it around a little bit, get that foam to die down so we can make room for our peach monster. Ah. Peaches and cream Cobra drinks. Stir that bitch around. The problem with giving trans people their own bathroom is now you have to build an entire new bathroom to meet their demands. And that costs a shit ton of money, taxpayers' money. So this high school decided to let students use whatever bathroom they felt like using and to restrict how many students can go into the bathroom and then to cover up the urinals like they're out of order even though they were working just fine and telling students you cannot use the urinal because that's transphobic. What the actual fuck? Now, what I would have done is I would have snuck into the bathroom, ripped off the urinal covering, and taken a giant shit in the urinal just to protest the system. But the students at that high school, I've already covered this video, in this in a video, were walking out of class to protest. Students are like, our bathroom rights are being restricted to meet the demands of a smaller group of people who exist in the school. And I'm like, yeah, that's about the half of it. Now, to women out there who feel like their female identity is being erased from society, how do you think us men feel? And you know what? It's so irritating that I cannot dress goth. I cannot dress goth without somebody assuming my gender or my sexuality. It's such a crass stereotype. And if I was insecure about it, I'd quit dressing goth, to be honest. My trolls are like, you better not go live, Cobra, or so help me God, we'll send you more DoorDash. And I'm like, how is that going to scare me? I'll just turn it into a delicious food hack, like I did on their last couple of videos. I showed you cool Cobras how to fold a burrito and how to chimichanga it in the oven. From my results of making this giant chimichanga, which I still have plenty of, by the way, I would have cooked it for a little bit less time. Or maybe like put the cheese on towards the end so it didn't get burnt up on the shell. But outside of that, no complaints, dude. Like, oh, I know, I want to show Cobra how much I hate him by watching his videos. Then I'm going to give him $1 and tell him to quit going live. And when that doesn't work, I'm going to send him free food that he could use to hack food up with on his YouTube channel. The peach flavor in this drink is so fucking strong. It's so tasty, dude. If I were to make this the ultimate Cobra's peaches and cream, I would add some Jackson peaches and cream to complete it. Like I said, but I don't have it. I could order it if I wanted to, but I'm good, man. I ordered some alcohol earlier. I'm content. I have a bottle of wine, a bottle of brandy, and a 6-pack of beer. That will get me through my Friday night just fine. Thank you very much. Now, I'm a pretty liberal kind of guy, but I'm also Republican on a lot of issues. I support gun rights, marijuana legal. I support drug legalization, gun rights, abortion rights, women's rights, gay rights, trans rights, LGBTQ plus rights. Society says you're a piece of shit if you're a pill popper, but then they shove pills down your throats. Are you depressed? Try such and such pill. Such and such antidepressant may include thoughts of suicide, depression, irritability after quitting said pill. I'm like, wait a minute. You're labeling your prescription drug as an antidepressant, but you still experience suicidal thoughts and depression. Not very effective, dude. And if you're experiencing suicidal depression, talk to somebody. To quote one of my idols, Danny Filth, you shouldn't kill yourself. You'll never know what you'll miss out on in life. A warm winter's day or eating a hot dog. It's the simple things in life that make it beautiful. I can remember when I was a lot younger and feeling depressed, you know. I watched an interview with the lead singer of Cradle of Filth, and one of the interviewers asked Danny Filth, "What would you tell your fans if they were feeling suicidal?" And Danny Filth said, "You shouldn't do it. You'll never know what you'll miss out on in life. A warm winter's day or eating a hot dog." And that's stuck to me ever since, to be honest. You want a suicide solution? Drink alcohol instead. Living is just a slow way to die. You want to be a grim, sarcastic asshole about it. Life is just a slow way to kill yourself. We all die alone. So why be in a rush to get there? Just enjoy every day you have because life is beautiful. 6 a.m. You can't quit until you try. You can't learn to tell the truth until you learn to lie. Can't breathe until you choke. You gotta laugh when you're the joke. Alive, just open your eyes and see that life is beautiful. Okay, it's twice as good with the Monster and the peach brandy. Holy shit. That Monster peach has like zero sugar, but when you add the ice cream and the A&W, the peach brandy and the peach wine, you add the sugar to it. So you get the little pep in your step from the Monster and just, oh my God, this is seriously fucking good shit, YouTube. The only reason I don't mix the Jackson peaches and cream with it is because of the carbonation from the Monster. It might make it curdle. Even though it'd be like the ultimate like peach explosion of delicious adult peach beverage flavor in your mouth. There's a method to my madness, and the reason why the ice cream doesn't curdle in this drink combo is because I do the ice cream first, then the brandy and the wine, and then I mix it around and dissolve it pretty good. And then I add the carbonated beverages last. And it doesn't curdle. Oh, this drink combo. No, mm, that's an ice cream treat I can get down with, folks. The non-binary Biden is just a joke. Really, I don't care if Joe Biden's president. We both like double-barrel shotguns. Yeah, fuck pedophiles. I don't give a fuck who the president is, as long as they ain't a sicko. Oh my fucking god. YouTube, this drink combo is simply peach paradise. It's a Cobra's peaches and cream, like with extra ingredients. Nothing wrong with revamping your drink combos to make them even tastier. And shout out to Windy City Deliveries here in town. That's what's up. The liquor store that I ordered from had the wine and the brandy that I wanted, but the wine was not available on the deliveries menu. So I called it in and they called the store. They're like, "Oh yeah, we got it. Replaced the order. It's going to be about da 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 da." Gave them my card information. Got it paid for. Now we're chilling out on the weekend with some Cobra's peaches and cream. That's a stellar drink combo. I'm gonna have to make me another one. God damn it. These are dangerously good, YouTube. Mm. And a lot of people have mixed feelings about Joe Biden giving that trans woman the Woman of the Year award. For trans people, it's a huge movement. You know, like Caitlyn Jenner trailblazing it wasn't enough. You got to have more. You know, and to a degree, it gets irritating. Like, I see why they want to do it because I'm all for trans people having equality. You get a little bit of equality, and it's not enough. You know, you got to have more. And then it just becomes a thing where, like, if you're straight, white, or cisgendered, you're being micro oppressed very slowly until 200 years from now, you're not allowed to say anything as a white man. And that once the straights and the whites and the heterosexuals and cisgenders become the what's it called, the minority, now we're the ones being oppressed. And do you think anyone cares now about how society is systematically hypocritical and how it repeats itself? No, of course not. Because it's all about me and what I want, right? That's the attitude our society has. It's not about someone else's feelings. Where we tried caring about everyone else's feelings, hashtag me too, and that didn't work because once again, assholes had to ruin it for everyone else. Like the sick fucks who hide behind LGBTQ plus. Fuck Alan Walker. There, I said it. You want to make a peaches and cream? You need some peach cobbler ice cream. I'm using Signature Select. I couldn't get Ben and Jerry's peach cobbler, so I got the next best thing. Peach cobbler is a peach ice cream with peach chunks and chunks of brown sugar. Oh, it's delectable. One of my favorite flavors of ice cream right here. Get yourself a big old mug. Grab yourself a spoon. Oh, yeah. I want to scoop that peachy delight. Now, I got plans after my stream. I got stuff to do and what have you, but I figured I'd hang out on stream for a bit. I'm gonna stick this ice cream back in the freezer because it's starting to melt. Shit. Yeah, I'll stick this back in the freezer because it's starting to melt a little bit. The whole point of having an alcohol float is just to keep that ice cream somewhat solid. Now, before we add the A&W, and the Monster Energy. If you're doing like a virgin version of this, just add these two to go with it. If you're not quite old enough, but I'm old enough, so we're gonna have some fun with it. To go with that peach cobbler ice cream, we're gonna add some delicious E&J peach brandy. Just like that. And we're gonna stir that around, people. Stir it around. And mix that brandy with that peach brandy with that peach cobbler ice cream. Then we got our base for the drink. We're gonna add. You want to start off light on the carbonation so it doesn't just immediately curdle. Our next alcoholic drink of choice, Stella Rossa Peach. If you're a fan of peach, then you'll like this. We're going to make room for our last two ingredients. I poured a little bit too much wine on purpose. Oops. This is a very controversial topic, isn't it? From a female's perspective, let me just grab this this Delta 8 pen that I received from my fans. It came in a little cartridge box right there, just like that. Thank you, whoever sent that. I'm liking the taste of it. This is an electronic cigarette. This is for 21 and up. Uh, Delta 8s, that'll get our night started. For a lot of women who've had to fight for equality and fight the oppression of men in society, and society has did this on purpose by systematically oppressing women and trans people beneath men and cisgendered people. You have the domino effect that we see now. Or back in the 50s, if you were a cross dresser, you got made fun of. You were bullied. And that shit ain't right. Whereas today, if you're like, I support trans people, but I don't date them, you still get called a transphobe. And that's kind of fucked too, to be honest. People are annoyed by Matt Walsh's "What is a woman?" and they're annoyed because women can't even answer that. They try to and they get told you're wrong, you're stupid, you're a phobe, you're a tranny phobe, and blah blah blah. Imagine if like Amy Schumer's fucking cunt fat ass went around asking the same question, what is a man? I'm sorry, but Amy Schumer sucks in my opinion. This bitch did a stand-up comedian show back in 2009. And at that point, I had never seen any of Amy Schumer's jokes. I've only heard about her through social media and what have you. And I'm like, I'm a MGTOW feminist, so let me just let's see if she's funny or not. 'Cause I tend to think you're funny regardless of what gender you are, you know. And here's Amy Schumer doing jokes about rape, about your daughters getting raped in college. And I found myself just appalled. If I don't laugh at that, I'm a sexist. But if I laugh at that, then I'm a rapist. Like, it's typical man hating female comedy kind of thing. And I'm like, how disgusting, dude. Like, you know how female comedy works? She starts bitching about men, bitching about her periods, and then making jokes about rape. And you're just like, I'm not laughing at this. There's nothing funny about having a period. That shit sucks for ladies. I can't begin to imagine. If you become a transgendered woman, you're basically a woman without a uterus. Men are not biologically designed to hold uteruses. This is not transphobia. This is Mother Nature. In order for a trans woman who started off life as a man to healthily give birth to a baby like a woman would, you'd have to have a uterus transplant. You'd have to wait several days for your body to adjust to having it. All these foreign objects that don't belong in your body being shoved in there because science says no. And then you'd have to wait for your period to start. And then you'd have to, like, as soon as you got pregnant and delivered the baby, you'd immediately have to have a hysterectomy to remove it. Otherwise, you could get cancer from having it in your body too long. Because that's science and Mother Nature saying men do not have uteruses. And the argument they make is, well, sometimes women are born without boobs or a uterus. So therefore, they should be allowed to say they're a woman because they don't have those things. And I'm like, yes, but women also say that having those things or not having those things doesn't define you as a woman. So it's like you get a lot of like mixed opinions on this subject. As a cis man, I could give a fuck. I'm a straight ally. I'm down for the cause. I fight for blacks, for minorities, LGBTQ, IAA plus for women, and for the little guy, who feel like they don't have a voice because society tells them no. Power to the people, man. It's not black power, it's not white power, it's power to the people. The power's in our hands. Let us set aside our differences as blacks, whites, Mexicans, individuals, trans, non binary, queer, straight, asexual, heterosexuals, LGBTQIAA, cisgendered, straights, and let us unite as one. As long as you're not a sicko, who cares? A society united against sickos and united as one outside of all the bullshit in our life. You bitch about oppression, and then your solution is to be an oppressive piece of shit and then abuse your trans privilege to get away with it. It's what it is, dude. It's what the fuck it is. If a straight dude who's cisgendered says he's into trannies and then goes after a trans person and then they say they're not into cisgendered people, he has to respect their opinion, otherwise he's a transphobe. And I'm like, it's called having a preference. As long as you're not a sicko, who gives a shit? If Asians only date other Asians, no one says that's racist. But if whites only date other whites, people are so quick to be like, oh, that's so typical. Depending on the racial tension, though, it's different. If blacks only date other blacks, it's called having a preference. You know, if they have a daddy or a mommy that's raising them or both, and their parents have been systematically taking crap from white people their entire life, how do you think it'd make them feel if their daughter came home with a scrawny looking white dude? Oh, Shaniqua, I know you didn't just come home with a cracker. Shaniqua, we raised you better than this. You also raised me to say not to have hate in my heart, Daddy. Shaniqua, I don't want you dating no white boy. He is the cracker. He is the devil. Mr. Jones, I just want to say your daughter Shaniqua is an amazing young woman. And you extend your hand like any responsible man would. You know, if you want to impress the lady's father, let me tell you this. Even though it's a complete kiss ass and you want to tell him to fuck off because that's your inner boyish attitude, your inner bad boy, you swallow your testosterone, you man up. Mr. So-and-so, my name's Josh. It's a pleasure to meet you. You know, shake his hand like a fucking man. Look him in the eye and give him a firm but polite handshake. Like, you have an amazing daughter. I can see where she gets her strong attitude and good looks from. You know, you see the mother, and it's just like, you see the mother, and you're like, oh, I see where she gets her good looks from. Oh my, you flatterer. You know, and you talk to her dad, and it's like, she's an awesome young lady, man. And then you get the dad who's just like cleaning his gun, like, I know what you look like. You know, to quote Black Veil Brides, I'm not afraid to die. So I look at him and I'm like, that's a nice gun. I got one too, man. What gauge is that? Is that supposed to fucking scare me? That's when I hold the dad's gun to my mouth and I'm like, pull the trigger, you pussy, and make my day. Two things are going to happen. One, he's going to think you're a complete psycho asshole who shouldn't be dating his daughter. Or two, he's going to be like, you know what, kid? You got moxie. Like, if you were in junior high or high school and you're dating someone's daughter as a high school student yourself, the whole, so, what are your plans with my little girl? Justifiable, because boys at that age are fucking horrible, just as mean as the girls, if anything, but that's neither here nor there. But when your little girl is 21 years old and in college, she might be living with you, but that fucking act when she's 21 years old and she's old enough to drink, it's adorable. It's fucking adorable. It's like, dude, your daughter's 21. What are your plans with my little princess? Well, first I'd figure I'd take her out for a bite to eat. Then maybe have a couple of drinks. And if she feels like it, passing out in my bedroom. Oh! But you don't want to fucking say that because you know how it is. with dads who are very protective of their little princess. That kind of fucking attitude gets the parents to hate you and it gets the chick to want you even more. It's not sexual harassment if she finds you attractive. And if her parents don't like you, she automatically wants to date you, which gives notion to the whole women want assholes stereotype. Every woman goes through that phase in her life. And by the time she's 35, 40 years old, and her pussy's been used up like a pocket pussy at a fraternity frat house, it's more blowing out than a flat bike tire. She's stuck with 3 kids, 3 to 4 kids who don't appreciate her, and like 3 to 4 deadbeat dads who can't man up to the plate. All the nice guys she rejected are now doing way better than she is. And she's going, oh shit, as her looks fade into the sunsets. All of a sudden it's like, shit. Remember that guy you rejected? Well, look at them now. I should have given them a chance. Do not get upset if hot chicks reject you. That makes it less difficult when the uglier ones do it. Don't get upset if the hot chicks reject you. That makes it easier to deal with rejection when the less pretty or less attractive women do it. That's how it is. And you gotta have a limit for yourself, for that's just too beastly. No, thank you. You don't want to, because you feel bad. You want some pussy, and you feel like a shallow prick for wanting an attractive woman. But women are just fucking shallow, dude. When guys are expected to be well over 6 feet tall, have a dick that gets 6 inches or harder when it's erect. They have big ass biceps and a 6-pack abs. They have a 6 salary income. Newsflash, ladies. Guys are stuck with the dick size we have. There is no magical silicone surgery that'll make our dicks bigger. We're pretty much just stuck with the size we got, fellas. And we got to be proud of that. So when women sit there and pull the whole unrealistic body expectations, I'm like, shut your hypocriting whore mouth up. Not all women and men are like this, though, so don't get it twisted. And not everyone who's in LGBTQ plus is a sicko. That's a negative stereotype. And like I said, the assholes ruin it for everyone. So I can understand where biological women are a little pissed off that once again men are taking everything from them: job opportunities, money, gender identity. But just remember, ladies, you can still screw a person in divorce courts. That's how it is. Men who complain about the minimum wage gap non existing, and when people say it's sexist, they call you a fucking simp, but then turn around and throw a fit when their ex-wife takes all their shit and complain about how unfair it is. Fuck you. I want to hit this Delta 8 vape pen. I'm going to hit this drink. Get my Friday started properly, YouTube. True gender equality means that sometimes women get screwed over in divorce courts and that women and men have equal pay. But there are a lot of self-centered, self-righteous assholes and people in general that they'll bitch when it's their rights, but then when they have more privilege, you never hear them say a fucking word, do you? The people who are the loudest to preach inequality when their rights are being restricted, whether it's microaggressive or not, but the second they have more privilege, you don't hear a word out of these people. And it's like everyone else can taste their own shit except you, am I right? Fucking A. The whole Me Too movement started because men get raped too. And the stereotype for our society is that men are rapist pigs who only want sex. So the idea of a man getting raped is seen as unheard of. Make the woman the victim, make everyone kiss her cunt, make everyone feel sorry for her, and don't you dare question her story, otherwise you're victim shaming. This is how people like Amber Heard almost got away with being the absolute biggest cunt on the planet. What's Amber Heard's favorite car? I heard it was a Model T because she's a cranky cunt. She accused Johnny Depp of shoving a wine bottle up her pussy. I'm like, Amber Heard's hot enough and Johnny Depp's a dude, he gets it. I'm like, fuck the wine bottle. I got something I can shove up your cunt. And I'm like, if you have a fucking kink for being abused, just say it, man. Like there are some bitches who like being choked. I'm not gonna judge. If I had a hot of age cisgendered heterosexual consenting chick, I'm cool with bisexual chicks too. Yeah. What heterosexual guy isn't cool with bisexual chicks? That being said, I don't judge you if you're a bisexual dude. I don't judge you if you're a gay dude. Just don't hit on me. Like I can watch lesbian porn and then be like, I still support gay rights, even though seeing two guys kiss grosses me out. It makes me go. I'm like, you know what? As long as they're happy and they're both adults and they're both old enough for each other and they're both consenting and they're both human and you know, then I'm happy for them. Like, you don't expect me to be on the sideline, like, yeah, grab his cock. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go that far with it, you know. Like Bill Barr said, it like at least give me like a heads up, like you're about to see some shit that makes you a little uncomfortable. And you can't say that without someone being like, "Oh, it's because you're gay, sweetheart." And it's like, excuse me. Go up to a gay person who's uncomfortable with straight people, and if they see a straight couple kissing, and they have the same reaction. If a gay person sees a straight couple kissing, and they have the same reaction, you can't call them a straight phobe and be like, "It's because you're secretly straight." Doesn't work like that, does it? Oh, that peaches and cream. 4 ingredients or less. Fire drink combos, people. You know, like straight people don't need a fucking goddamn parade or straight Pride Month to celebrate our heterosexuality because one, we've had it pretty good. We have. Us straights, we have. We've had all the privilege we could ever want. That's why gays get a parade and we don't. And if you complain about it not being fair, suck a rainbow cock over it. Cool off on them peach drinks for a minute. Seriously fucking delectable, YouTube. Mm. Bud Light Platinum, brewed for the night. One of Ozzy Osbourne's favorite colors is blue. At Ozzy Osbourne, check these out. The prettiest blue bottles. Ozzy Osbourne's favorite colors are blue, purple, and black. Had I known that, I would have painted that gigantic wand I made for him all those years ago, his favorite colors, but it is what it is. I painted it black and red because he used to make his hair like that, you know. But back in the day, man, if you wore your hair long because you were an Ozzy Osbourne fan, they saw the T-shirt, people got it. They didn't immediately assume it was because you were gay or trans or fucking bisexual or questioning things or whatever. But in today's society, unless they see you wearing the band T-shirts, they're automatically going to assume. And you know what they say about assuming? It makes an ass out of you and me both. Cobra has a full beer in his possession. I've been getting a shit ton of donations over the weekend, and I appreciate that. So I might just have to do my beer trick. Hold on a second. Garfield wants a sip. Hey, asshole. So Garfield, yeah, what the hell do you want? What do you think of that beer? It's got a bite to it. No, anybody? Because it's a cobra. It's a cute little orange monocled cobra. Those of you who don't know, I just got a pet cobra. His name is Garfield. He's a very dangerous, very venomous monocled cobra of the orange variety. His favorite food is lasagna mixed with rats, mice, and mongooses. Lasagna, rats, mice, and mongooses mixed together. And his favorite pastime is biting sickos and bad people. His catchphrase every time somebody rips ass sounds like somebody's got a case of the Fridays. Hope your weekend ain't shitty. And oh yeah, like Garfield the cat, he also hates Mondays. I haven't seen any new episodes of Velma as of lately. Like the concept is all right, but the whole trying too hard to be woke, and the fact that they just completely took Scooby Doo the dog out of the equation while throwing subtle hints to the original Scooby Doo. I'm like, okay, okay, you're not trying to be. I get trying to be like, we don't want to be another Scooby Doo spinoff. For a lot of people, it gets tiring rehashing the same formula. But if you're gonna copy the original, it's just like, okay, I can get past that. This grumpy fat female who's tired of everyone oppressing her woke BS kind of thing, and it's just like that because I'm skinnier, because I'm male, I'm white, and I'm cisgendered, I exude thin privilege, I exude male privilege, I exude white privilege, heterosexual privilege, privilege this, privilege that. And I'm like, everyone's being oppressed about their looks, so I don't want to fucking hear it. That you think all these people you're accusing of having thin privilege don't feel the same way you do? Like, oh my god, that triple bacon cheeseburger looks good, but I don't want to get fat. And I'm like, screw that, dude. You gotta live life. I got a shit ton of that fried burrito left, and I'll be snacking on for the next couple of days. It's what it is, YouTube. And the trolls are like, oh, you better not go live or we're going to send you more DoorDash. And I'm like, oh, what? Send me more tampons so I can give them to my female neighbors and look like an awesome dude. Like, hey, I'm a YouTube celebrity. My trolls are douchebags. You want these? I don't need them. Oh, gee, thanks. Yeah, no problem. That big old bag of bird seed that the troll sent me, I poured it outside the apartment complex for the critters to have at. And like the crows and the ravens and the birds were picking at it. I stood by my window and watched as a deer came up and started eating on it. I was like, that's pretty majestic, dude. Because Casper, Wyoming's a mountain town, so we're pretty close to wildlife. In the summertime, we get rattlesnakes and we get turkeys all year round. It's crossing the street. If you're used to like big city life, you come to a small rural mountain town like Casper, Wyoming, and it's majestic and peaceful. But the locals were used to it. And I love Casper, Wyoming. It's just a pretty town. I love Casper, Wyoming, and I'm not just saying that because I was born here, damn it. We have a lot of pretty nature spots to visit, man. My favorite place in town to visit would be Crimson Dawn. Cheers to the local witches, wizards, practitioners of the craft. Oh, Cobra, you better not go live and start vaping on camera and drinking Bud Light Platinum, boy. You know why my trolls have no life? Because they spend as hard as all day, every day. They spend their life trying to ruin mine. It's the truth. I don't have to spend all of my life trying to ruin my trolls' lives. I've already ruined theirs. Now, Ozzy don't drink like he used to. He'll have a beer on occasion, but like he doesn't just go ham like he used to. I actually respect Ozzy for acknowledging he had a problem. And there are two kinds of people who have a problem and they can slow down, and then there's people who have a problem and they can't slow down. You know, if I'm able to be like, yeah, the hard liquor is nice, those peach drinks are amazing, but I want to switch it up, you know. do something a little bit softer, catch a little buzz for the stream, and be like, man, I'm Gucci. Like right now, I'm not even chugging on it. I'm just sitting here sipping on it, and enjoying the weekend. Now, I happen to know people who are part of LGBTQIAA plus acquaintances, just people that I know in my life. And the people that I know that are a part of LGBTQIAA plus are pretty good people. I don't know about Lil Mama because like a video of her surfaced of her like hanging out with Mr. Lantern and encouraging his sick ways. And ever since I saw that shit, I was just like, I didn't want to believe it, dude. I'm like, you expect everyone to fight for your trans rights, but then you do shit like that? Bruh, people like you are ruining it for your own community. Fuck sickos. Now, Jeremy from the Quartering, he has his own coffee. Check that out. I'm a coffee drinker. My main go-to is Death Wish coffee mixed with Folgers Black Silk. Okay, you mix like a whole pot of Folgers Black Silk, and then you add a shit ton of Death Wish to it, and then you mix it up, and and then you like sprinkle some cannabis on top of that coffee, and then you like with the THC and everything, and then you percolate it, and the heat from the percolator dissolves the THC into your coffee, and you have cannabis infused coffee. You don't gotta add like butter or anything to it. The heat from your coffee maker does it for you. I've used my old school coffee percolator to make cannabis coffee, and it works. Occasionally, I take like some coconut butter, and like smear it on the inside of my coffee percolator before adding the water. But you don't even need to do that, to be honest. It wakes you up and mellows you out at the same time. You're like, I'm awake and I'm relaxed, and ready to take on the day. Yeah. Is there a difference between regular Bud Lights and Bud Light Platinum? Yeah, Bud Light Platinum just tastes better in my opinion. I'm a Bud Light guy through and through. I like my Budweiser, my Coors Lights. You know, I like beer in general. I'm not that picky, to be honest. Long as it ain't a Guinness Blonde, because Guinness Blonde is fucking disgusting. Like, you're not supposed to make a dark beer into a light beer. It's just what? If you like Guinness Blonde, that's your beer, then no judgment, man. I don't judge people based off of their choice in beer. I feel like that's crass. You know, the whole culture associated behind that crap. So Bill goes to Bob's barbecue, and Bob has like Keystone Smooth because the barbecue is expensive. And then you know how it is when you go to a summer barbecue, everyone bring their own thing, you know. General rule of thumb, if you're gonna bitch about the alcohol being served at the barbecue, then bring your own. Don't be that guy. You know, where it's like you were too cheap to bring over a case of beer and you'll gladly hand someone the beer out of the cooler and be like, drink the same beer and then bitch because it's not your brand. It's like, hey, Bill, I don't see you complaining because you're drinking it. And what is that about beer culture? You know, like, oh, real men drink Bud Light or real men drink Budweiser. That shit's for pussies. It's just male culture. So then when you see like literal pussies replacing male culture, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, because you know how what I'm getting at. It's not just the erasure of women, you know. A lot of women are so heated and hating men and blaming them for everything. And when they see a man transitioning into a woman, you know, half the time all they can see is the erasure of women, but it's also erasing men too. You know, and this is what's really, and I'm not trying to be a dick towards trans people, but hear me out. You cannot say that gender does not exist, that gender is an abstract concept, that gender is fluid. But so help me God, if you misgender me, you're a piece of shit. That's like saying, "Oh yeah, you're vegan, but you love going to Texas Roadhouse." You're not a complete sexist, but you think all women are cunts. You don't hate men, but you think all men are assholes. You cannot let the sickos ruin it for gays and LGBTQ. Hashtag gays against groomers. Hashtag fuck sickos. And you can't let the straight, heterosexual, cisgendered folks determine your opinion on how like you treat them, you know? The same can be said for us white people. I'm so fucking tired of having my white privilege thrown in my face all the goddamn time. Like, okay, I get it. I have Asperger's. I'm white and I'm straight and I'm cisgendered. Oh, geez. Having autism tends to cancel out everything else, but barely in society's eyes. Oh, God. And it's like, hey, you know what? I acknowledge that I have privilege, but I didn't ask for it. Just like you acknowledge that you're oppressed, but it's not all white people's faults. And furthermore, you didn't ask for your oppression. And the same can be said for everyone in that regards, really. It's fuck sickos. Have you met my girlfriend, Anheuser-Busch? She's a real squirter. Yeah, I got a relationship on the rocks, let me tell you. You know what? My girlfriend, Anheuser-Busch, went to the gynecologist. Well, she had a yeast infection. Yeah, I saw a hot chick walking out of the store and I said, "Nice cans." And she said, "Excuse me?" And I'm like, "Madam, I was referring to the cans of Bud Light that you were holding." "Oh, well, thank you." Liquor, I hardly knew her. Hey, my girlfriend said I'd look sexier with a six pack. So I went and got a six pack of Bud Light Platinum. Look at these abs, Cobra fam. Oh, hashtag gains. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. What do you call those people? Uh, I had a brain fart. I'll have to look that up to do this joke. Hold up. Time is it? Jesus Christ, 8:40. I have plans after this goddamn stream. It's the weekend though. Ugh. Accountants. Okay, there we go. I was going to do an accounting joke. What's an accountant's favorite exercise? Well, I heard it was crunches, man, because you got to crunch them numbers. I eat numbers and pussies like you for breakfast. And like accountants, we all got to be accountable for our own actions. There we go. I'm happy with that. Did you hear about the accountant who got fired? Yeah, he went from doing taxes to driving taxis. And how the fuck are they gonna call it a tax return when it's like, oh, congratulations, you made $10,000 on your tax returns. Fucking sweet. Oh, but with you being married and having a house and having kids and having medical insurance, that $10,000 comes down to like $5. But then you have one more dollar to pay, so now you get like $4 back. Here's your tax return. The government thanks you for paying your taxes. Don't screw the IRS, but they can screw you. I see how this works. The IRS, that I really got screwed. This isn't H&R Horror Block. This is H&R Block, God damn it. Yeah, you hire a good lawyer and a good accountant. You're set. Fuck. Well, these cunts in Washington, D.C. keep screwing me on my taxes, and they won't even give me a reach around. Which reach arounds work for straight couples. You're fucking your girlfriend in the ass, and she's consenting to ass play. Reach around and rubber clit, why don't you? Diddle that DJ turntable. And then maybe you get the other hand in there and reach in and tickle her G spots while you're doing it. Like they screw you on your taxes. Don't even give you a reach around or a cigarette afterwards. They're just like, what are you going to do about it? That's how they keep the rich richer and the poor poorer. You know, if I was working for McDonald's or Burger King and I've been working there for a year at least, I would get a tax return. But because I'm self employed, I got to pay taxes on my businesses. And all these corporations started off as entrepreneurs like myself. So I'm like, how the fuck does that work? Donald Trump doesn't have to pay taxes because he's super rich, but excuse me, less poor schmucks like me. Screw you. You're not rich. You don't like it. Tough shit. It's like you either have to be a part of LGBTQ or be rich to be accepted in today's society. It's what it is. And I'm like, I'm all for supporting LGBTQ plus, but not at the cost of segregating my rights, even if it's only just microaggression, which I'm not complaining about. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, long as you ain't a sicko, why can't we all just get along? I got attacked for being a heterosexual straight male and dressing goth. I got bullied in school for wearing eye makeup and painting my nails and dressing in all black, defining gender based stereo norms. Growing out my hair and dyeing it black because I listened to Cradle of Filth and Ozzy Osbourne and what have you, and Black Sabbath, you know. So whenever I see people getting bullied just because they identify as a female, I'm like, you know, it doesn't personally affect you until society gives them way too much power, and that's the truth. That's the truth, YouTube. Because if society did not be like, okay, well, now that straights and whites and men and cisgenders and heterosexuals and all that have had all the privilege, now it's time for them to take a back seat while everyone else gets more privilege. That's not how equality works. And the irony of it is, all the other side of that argument, all these people have had to fight for equality from the straights, the whites, the cisgenders, and the heterosexuals, the normies, as society would call it. Even before trans was super trendy, back in my day, if you dressed up in anything that wasn't your gender, you know, and it was harder for boys than it is for girls in that aspect because back in the day, well, actually, no, come to think of it, pretty much the same. You know, if you had a woman who dressed up as a tomboy or who dressed in baggy clothes, she was seen as a lesbian or what have you, which is pretty dumb. You know, but like if a dude dressed up as wearing black nail polish and eye makeup, he got seen as a gay dude or a tranny or drag or whatever. And I'm like, just because dudes wear makeup does not mean they're gay or trans or drag. Maybe they like dressing goth. Maybe they're into Kiss, you know? Kiss my ass with this bullshit. Oh, then the fucking race baiting. The fucking race baiting. You're white, so therefore automatically you're a racist. Automatically you're a sexist. If you're a male, okay, if you're white standard, if you're white and straight, you're automatically racist and you're automatically a homophobic, transphobic. If you happen to be a man on top of that, you're also automatically a sexist and a rapist, and all you want is sex, and you're only in it for yourself. And I'm tired of those stereotypes. All they do is hurt people. Good, white, cisgendered, straight people who have done nothing like anyone else. It doesn't matter. As long as you ain't a sicko. Outside of that, we're all just trying to live our life, man. You know what I'm saying? There are plenty of black people who just want to go through their day without being fucked with. And that's something we can all relate to, folks. No matter what the situation is. Life sucks, man. You're late for work and there's a bunch of red lights. You get to work and your boss is chewing your ass a new one. And you want to tell your boss to go fuck himself, but you don't. You suck it up. Sorry, sir. Sorry, ma'am. Won't happen again. You know, it's you and your wife's anniversary, and you forgot because you're working for that gold watch. That college degree's paying off, isn't it? Yeah. You can't get a job with your college degree, so you take a minimal desk job to fucking get you by until you get the job of your dreams. And that's how the corporate world sucks you in, man. Your wife was like, honey, it's our anniversary. You said you were coming home. I was late for work. Now the boss man's making me stay late with no pay. Your wife is just like, honey, it's our anniversary. And you're just like, I'm sorry, babe, I can't come home. Boss is making me stay late with no pay for being late to work today. You get the work done, you crawl into bed at like 10 o'clock at night. Your wife's passed out on the kitchen table. The candles are blowing out. There's stale pasta on the fucking table. And one glass of wine still full. Like she's waiting for you to come home. Like, you wake her up and like, oh, you're so fucking tired. All you want to do is crawl into bed and sleep. And then you set your fucking alarm an hour early. So if you wake up late, fucking, you got time. Do it all again tomorrow. And you keep telling you and your wife and yourself, it's all going to be worth it. You know, this job's only temporary. And when I get a job in my degree, you know, and that's a tough gig to get into, man. But if you can get a job in your degree of study, it's worth it. You'll be a lot happier and you'll love what you do, which will make for a more fulfilling career. I love what I do on YouTube, selling my wands, my tactical soap, my merchandise, my Etsy wands, and the occasional generous donation from my fans and my Patreon. Oh, we. But how do you feel about Joe Biden giving a trans woman of the year on International Women's Day? It's just both sides are being petty towards each other. I can see where trans people are coming from on the issue, and I can see where actual women are coming from on the issue. It's genetics, it's biology. Like, you're born the sex you're born, and if you have to change that to make yourself, you know, feel better about yourself, and that's fine. But don't sit there and call yourself a female just because you're trans. You're a different kind of female, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, despite having myself, despite having the people insult me and call me a tranny faggot because I'm not afraid to dress goth, I respect the courage that trans people have. I get that. The world makes fun of you for just doing your thing, and you're a decent person just trying to live your life like anybody else. On that flip side, YouTube, what do you think, YouTube? Should I close out the stream with one more peaches and cream drink combo? We've been streaming for an hour and it's the weekend and the night is still young. I personally don't give a shit about the whole Joe Biden giving the award to a trans woman thing because both sides are going to find something to be happy slash something to complain about. You know, it makes a lot of women mad that they're being overshadowed by men again. And at the same time, trans people deserve equality just as much as anyone else, as long as you ain't a sicko. I mean, Cobra's pretty straightforward with it on his channel. Also, smearing your burrito in butter before baking it in the oven definitely gives you a chimichanga shell. I discovered that with my cooking video. I was super nervous about rolling that burrito too. I'm like, "Ah." And then I rolled it decent enough. Then when I baked it in the oven and pulled it out, I was like, looks and smells delicious. I would have put the cheese on maybe like a third of the way of it almost being done to where like maybe 20 minutes before I take it out. I would have sprinkled the cheese on top for that flavor, but it's all right. I'm learning as I go. I discovered how to make chimichangas in the oven, which are basically deep fried burritos with a crunchy, just delicious. Like, can Cobra top his spaghetti and meatballs recipe? His fans send him snacks to his P.O Box. His fans send him food. And then his trolls send him food. And then he orders some of his own ingredients. And then just makes a fucking dish, dude. I mean, this is YouTube. People want to see giant food. One giant shrimp meat filled chimichanga, fast food chimichanga coming right up. Now I'll eat as much as I can. And like, I don't let leftovers go to waste. But if the leftovers start getting a little bit moldy, then I'm like, I didn't eat it fast enough, kind of thing. But outside of that, I don't let food go to waste. I'm very grateful for this apartment and for my just everything going awesome in my life right now. I got bullied for liking cobras in high school, and I made something of it. So let that be a life lesson for you, dude. If you were in high school getting rejected by all the chicks, and people bully you for being the weird kid, don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. Now that I'm out of high school and I've had a little bit of life experience, I'm laughing at the assholes who bullied me on high school because the people who bully me on the internet are way worse. And I'm still standing here, sitting here saying, fuck the haters. Fucking trolls are hilarious. You better not go live or I'll send you more DoorDash. Cool, I'll just give it to my neighbors if they need it, and then turn the food into a food hack. And if it's bird seed again, I'll just feed it to the wild animals outside. I've made friends with the crows and the ravens that fly by the apartment complex that I live at. They recognize me as friend. I like feeding the birds. It's a peaceful activity, you know. I don't do it all the time, but occasionally I'll do it. That way the birds don't completely rely on me to do it and they still stay wild to a point. But occasionally. I had a couple of pieces of garlic bread left and they were too dry to eat. So I took it outside, the garlic bread I made when it was too fucking dry to eat and like really stale. Because that was a lot of food to eat in one sitting, and I don't eat that much kind of thing. I did. I shared it with the birds. Then I came back inside and I waited for about an hour and a half. I look outside and there's four crows just beep, 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 pecking at it. And I spurred so hard. I was just like, yes. And then when I got outside, they all took off. And then they came back and finished it when I wasn't looking. If I go outside to smoke a cigarette and if one of the local area crows knows me, they'll caw at me like, no, no, now I'm a member of the flock. You see what I'm saying? That's the closest I can have to having a pet raven or a pet crow without actually owning one. And we do get ravens in Casper. They're fucking huge. Giant all black birds. Just the big difference between crows and ravens are basically just like crows, except they're like larger, bigger. A crow's beak is more like short and kind of pointy to a point. It kind of curves down a little bit, but like a raven's beak is much larger. I got off topic from what I was ranting about, but that's okay. The fans like seeing me go live. You know, the trolls don't want me to go live because I can command anywhere from 678 views to 1,000 views. The trolls don't have that. Nobody would give a fuck if my trolls went live and made some random drink combo and started bitching about today's politics. The trolls bitch because I have an audience who follows me, and ironically, you're giving me the same attention my fans are, but in a negative way. That's something to think about, isn't it? You know why the trolls have no life? Because they spend all day trying to ruin mine because they're miserable and jealous, dude. I got like 4 left in this pack, and then I ordered a fresh pack right here, so I'm set on the lollies. The cigarettes, the death sticks. These are also for 21 and up. You're not going to directly see me smoke on camera unless, of course, I'm in my clock tower dream house. And of course, by directly, I mean I can vape indoors. They got no problems with that, man. I got a zit. That's fantastic. Yeah, it'll clear up. Mm, mm. I'm not going to discuss anything with my therapist other than she's a female and she seems like a really awesome lady. I'm not going to discuss her name on camera or the vicinity I go to because I don't need my female therapist or anyone in that vicinity getting harassed because my trolls are fucking obsessive losers. First impressions are everything, and my therapist, I could sense she had a good energy about her. I tend, as I get older, I tend to read people's energies a little bit better, kind of thing. Well, of course, my therapist is of age, you stupid twat. They're not going to let a child give other adults therapy, so that's a stupid question to ask. Because Cobra's passionate about being attracted to of age women that are non related and what have you, because I hate sickos. So you're gonna make fun of Cobra for doing that thing, and it's just like it's stupid. It's predictable and stupid. Huff Duster, I don't know what you're talking about. Stream is almost 2 hours long. I'm gonna wrap this bitch up. Mm, mm. This is the Monster Energy Ultra Peachy Keen. It's got 0 sugar. Monster is my favorite energy drink, not a sponsor. And I like that peach flavor. I wanted to see how it would do with the Cobra's peaches and cream. And then I said to myself, want to add the peach brandy to it and really go all out for this combo. No complaints here, man. Let's grab our peach cobbler ice cream with the brown sugar and peach chunks with the peach ice cream. Like, that's the thing of it, dude. Once men get estrogen and become trans women, all of a sudden it's like, Christ, this is what women feel like almost 24/7. Jesus Christ, what the fuck was I complaining about? You gotta think, women don't choose to be oppressed. Trans people don't choose to be oppressed. It's just society's full of insecure, self-righteous, hypocritical assholes who are afraid to be themselves. And at the same time, they're also afraid of someone else having their own fucking opinion. God forbid. And then on top of that, we're being preached by this fucking woke retard culture that thinks 2 + 2 equals fish. And if you argue with them, then you get told you're a fucking transphobe or some dumb shit. And I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm jiving at. Oh, lordy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whew. The E&J peach brandy with the ice cream by itself, that's got a bite to it. Whew. Mm. Cobra's peaches and cream floats are delicious. Now, if you're underage and you're too young to have Monster energy drink, then like A&W cream soda and some peach cobbler ice cream will do it. And nothing wrong with the float, YouTube. The weather's getting warmer. This ice cream float is as adult as it gets. The pep from the Monster, all the sugar from the A&W, and the liquor and the wine. Oh yes, sir. If you can make this drink combo that I'm drinking right now, I would highly recommend it. And I'm not just saying it because I made it. If you like peaches, you like ice cream, you like wine, brandy, this is a fun little adult beverage. And once you've all properly mixed it, it just tastes like peachy paradise. And it's so fucking smooth. But I would sacrifice all the Cobra's peaches and cream in the world to end sickos. Look, I'm so grossed out by humanity. Just because we allow Caitlyn Jenner to become a woman and let her identify as a female doesn't mean we got to erase the history of women, crap on men and women for being cis, and then try to normalize sicko shit on top of it. It's fucking stupid. All it does is create more problems. So fucking over it, YouTube. Which then all that does is make LGBTQ plus look bad. And then the fucking cycle never ends. And it makes me want to fucking drink. For a lot, oh my fucking god, that's a combo for you. Now, a lot of people are finding it hard to support LGBTQ plus because of all the assholes who ruin it. And that's no different for everything else except sickos. Oh, I got a little. Oh, oh. Those brown sugar chunks in the peach cobbler ice cream pretty much disintegrates. And at any given point, you get like a little chunk of peachy goodness from the ice cream, or like a chunk of peach or brown sugar. This drink is so boozy and just peachy. Oh. Maybe you're feeling ballsy, so you grab like some peach cobbler ice cream and like a cherry cream soda, and you make a float out of it. There you go. If you don't want to put alcohol in it, that would work too. But y'all, it's Friday. It's after 5 o'clock. This is a really hot button political issue. And I'm just here to say my piece. Well, think about it like this. I hate sickos, so my trolls try as hard as they can to ruin my life and try to make me look like one and obsess over me being one when I'm not one. And it's unhealthy. And the only thing sadder than that is that the fact that there are actual people who do that kind of fucked up crap. And on top of that, you get the actual sickos who have infiltrated LGBTQ plus, and it's stupid because you have a straight ally and then you have the gays. I hate sickos. A lot of people in the gay community hate sickos and just want acceptance. And it's all this bullshit on the internet that's designed to make everything confusing and frustrating because people are afraid to be themselves. And when they see people out there who are afraid to do nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, oof, you know what I'm getting at? When they see people who are not afraid to be themselves, it triggers people. I'm not afraid to be myself and then put myself out there and just do the thing. All the fucking hate comments I'm gonna be getting on my phone too, like nice peach drink, you little girly bitch. I thought I told you to quit bullying cool taste. I'm like, If anyone's bullying Cool Taste, it's my YouTube trolls who pretend to be Cool Taste fan just because he's got more problems than I do, and they're so miserable in their fucking life, and they know Cobra hates pedophiles, and they know that Cool Taste has his problems, so that if I fucking respond to him bullying me or saying anything, it automatically makes me look like a bigger asshole, and it's manipulative as fuck. And Cool Taste doesn't see it like that. He just sees it as people are paying attention to him, which is all he wants. And I'm like, that's a dangerous mindset, my friend. You don't have any idea what it's like. You get like 1,000 plus subscribers, then people start getting jealous. I mean, like a little bit, like, but then once you get like 52,000 subscribers, like Cobra has, then people become desperate. Like, people's obsession with me is just so beyond pathetic that words cannot describe how miserable my fucking YouTube trolls are. How to Stick It to the Trolls, featuring King Cobra JFS. And that's just it. The world is full of trolls. Like, people get bullied for being trans. I get bullied for being King Cobra, kind of thing. It's stupid. And I'm like, this is why I don't go out of my way to bully somebody unless you're a sicko. And that's pretty straightforward. I don't bully someone unless they bully me back or bully me first. I don't go out of my way to bully someone unless you're a sicko. That's pretty fucking fair, to be honest. And I don't discriminate against who or what. If you're a female and you think Cobra is this fucking chauvinistic male pig, honey, you don't even know me. Someone assumes crap about you, you fly off the fucking handle. But assume all men are pigs, and that's just accepted in our society. Like, why am I being microly oppressed because of the assholes who treated everyone else like crap back in the day? I didn't ask for my privilege. You didn't ask for your oppression. Now I'm just repeating myself. Fucking hit this vape pen, man. Shit. I'm tired of living in this society where it's like, now white people are the enemy. The only enemy should be sickos and pieces of shit. Women get so jealous of men and all the privilege we have. And it's like, well, if you want the privilege men have, then you have to be treated just like one. And I'm like, I say bullshit. You want to call me a simp? But this is where the feminist side of my MGTOW feminist comes out. There's no such thing as a MGTOW feminist, you simp. And it's like, fuck slut simp shaming. And furthermore, I'm like, men should not have to chop off their dicks to get the same privilege as women. And women shouldn't have to be treated like shit, just like men, just to get the same privilege men get. That's a bit unfair because there are some people who genuinely believe a lot of that is social conditioning and brainwashing. And then when you're being told you don't fit in anywhere else, you try something new and then you find acceptance. That's why a lot of people do these things. They just want acceptance. Like I don't know how else to like psychologically break this shit down. And if Cool Taste wants a pair of jeans like this, I would be happy to make him a pair. You tell me your favorite colors. If I have it, I'll make it happen, dude. You get me a pair of black jeans in your size that you can wear comfortably, and I'll make it happen. The bleach, spray paint, stencil design jeans that I do are pretty cool. I wanted to try it because that's kind of the thing, isn't it? Having like overpriced jeans that are covered in paint. People will spend like $400 for that look. And I'm like, I can go to Walmart, get a couple pair of black jeans that fit me, get a couple stencils from Etsy, go to a hardware store, get some spray paints, order some bleach, pour the bleach into a container with a little bit of hot water and shake it up, and then try to stencil it with bleach. And if that doesn't work and the design messes up, then add like different colors to it. And this neon green paint that I have on my pants, it lights up underneath the black lights. It's trippy, man. Oh shit. Oh, it's Friday and I'm having a Cobra's peaches and cream. The monster peach is just in there for extra peach flavor and for a wicked caffeine boost. Yeah. Woo! You know what they should call this? They should call this drink combo peach crack because it's addicting. What, it's white now? Okay, don't go there, Cobra. Mm. Mm-hmm. That signature select peach cobbler ice cream don't curdle up when you add it all together. That's because I waited till the end to add the carbonation. And like the dairy is already dissolved into the alcohol a bit. So I found like a creamy peach drink combo that doesn't curdle and tastes delicious. For a lot of people who want to try my drink combos, they see the curdling and they're just like, Cobra, you're all right, man. But I see the curdling and I'm like, nope, nope. Pouring Bailey's into Monster Green Energy and calling it leprechaun crack. I mean, come on, dude. Now, if you're gonna call it leprechaun crack, you're gonna pour some Jameson in there too. So, like some Jameson Irish whiskey, some Monster Green Energy, and a shot of Bailey's. Call it leprechaun crack. There's your throw on a shot of Midori for the extra green effect. Leprechaun crack, like, yeah, I can see the end of the rainbow, and it's amazing, laddie. So that's what's in Lucky Charms' pipe, that bastard. He's not putting sugar on his cereal, he's putting crack on it. No wonder why these asshole kids are stealing cereal from a leprechaun. The cultural appropriation is strong with that one. And that's a hell of a message to teach kids. You want it, just steal it. Oh no, they're after me, Lucky Charms. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. I'm a 90s baby, so it is what it is. I grew up with those old school cereal commercials where the mascots are always getting foiled like they're some kind of evil, dastardly villain. I'm like, you got some asshole who's trying to steal food from kids, and then you got the kids who are stealing food from the asshole mascots. It's just like, what is this commercial? When you're a kid, you don't think much of it. But when you're an adult, you're like, man, people are jerks to each other over some fucking goddamn tricks. It's ridiculous. Well, I do declare that mixing a Cobra's peaches and cream, as I have done so on the stream, is simply splendid. The caffeine from the monster gives a little whoop, little boop, boop, pep in your step. It says like zero sugar, and I'm like, we can fix that. With the other three ingredients, the A&W cream soda, the E&J peach brandy, and the ever so delicious, award-winning Stella Rossa peach wine. This drink combo will get you drunk quick. You'll be feeling caffeinated and drunk at the same time. It's like the equivalent of drinking a Jaeger bomb, basically, if it's mixed properly. And like, let me tell you something right now, okay? I'm not just trying to say this, but these peaches and cream drinks that I make are seriously to fucking die for. Uh, it's my birthday month. It's after 5 o'clock. It's on Friday. Sue me. I'll be turning 32 on the 26th of March. Ooh, look at me go. Still in my 30s. Woo. That is just a blast of peachy goodness. Cobra makes some really tasty cocktails. Holy shit. That's boozy. That's got a little bit of caffeine kick. I'm liking this a lot. If you love peach, you're not lactose intolerant, you're not like super diabetic, you could probably drink one of these. Oh, it's kind of funny that I accidentally overcooked the chimichanga. Like the shell was perfect, but the cheese was burnt. So I didn't really overcook it because the chimichanga shell on my giant chimichanga fried burrito was perfect, but the cheese ended up being burnt on it. So next time, if I were to recreate a fast food burrito like that, I would not put cheese on top of the burrito until maybe like 20 or 30 minutes before it's done cooking. That way the cheese don't burn to the top of it. And some people like burnt cheese. So, I wasn't complaining. I'm like, at the end of the day, I took all the food that the fans sent me. It was more about sticking it to my trolls, to be honest, he said brilliantly. I want to send Cobra a fucking Subway wrap with a bunch of sauces and vegetables. I'm like, well, look at that. My fans sent me some donations in PayPal and Cash App. So instead of using that to order alcohol, let's use that to order some extras and then turn that troll prank into a delicious bomb ass fuck food hack. Oh, wait. Y'all didn't put meat on this? Psh. Well, then Cobra's going to load it up with some shrimp and bacon and whatever meat's in the other taco. You know why that burrito turned out so good? Because you want to take your time when you're rolling burritos, man. That's the secret. If you're in a rush to roll it, it's going to turn out like shit. Okay, it's going to turn out like shit. So you want to take your time rolling that burrito. And then you want to like preheat your tortilla shells just so they're nice and warm and soft. It makes them easier to roll if they're not like cold and dry, you know what I'm saying? That's what I did. And if you make it like bigger, use like some kind of grease or like butter to stick them to each other. With that chimichanga that I made, I used bacon grease from my fryer to stick the tortilla shells together. And then I preheated it in the oven at 350 degrees for just like maybe 2 minutes, just enough to like get the tortillas nice and soft. Then I stuffed all my ingredients in the middle, and then I rolled it. And I covered the entire thing in like butter and seasoning. And the folded side, when you roll onto it, needs to be face down onto the pan. And if you do that, you won't need like toothpicks to hold your chimichanga in place. But do not be afraid to use chef's toothpicks. Cobra drinking his peaches and cream. Oh, my apologies, Garfield. You slippery bastard. If you want to see a cobra sway on the spot, you don't got to be a snake charmer, am I right? Also, check out my customized girl. I've been dropping new merchandise for this month. Not just because it's my birthday or because it's St. Patrick's Day and like that's like all about green, you know, kind of thing. But like, hey, it's good to have fresh merch. My spitter spies will send me captions from the King Cobra JFS subreddits. I don't gotta pay attention to that fucking that tripe, that pile of cancerous trash. I really don't. My spirit spies will take care of it for me. And if the trolls get out of line, it's like I released a new Spitter Spies T-shirt. It features a like a steampunk Aussie looking gothic Sherlock Holmes type, you know, smoking a pipe, repping that green flame, or excuse me, green smoke, black flame to light my green smoke. It don't get your Colts twisted, taste twisted. Blah, man. Hi, I'm King Cobra. How are you? Ah, bloody hell. Oh, Cobra celebrating International Women's Day. So, like, let's simp shame him. When he ignores the simp shaming, it's not about getting laid, it's about celebrating female empowerment and women's lib and legacies. Oh, Cobra's a good guy. You know what? Fuck him. He has the courage to be a gentleman and not give a fuck about simp shaming. Wow. And doesn't give a fuck if women fuck him or reject him. That's an alpha male mentality because you can't expect women to care about men's rights if we don't care about theirs. But when women do it, it's like, oh, hey, dude, she totally wants to suck your dick. And if she doesn't, she's a cock tease. Fuck that. Fuck that. That's so toxic, dude. That a man can't be a feminist without being told he's a soy boy beta bitch. And I'm like, you can't expect women to care about men's rights if you don't care about female rights. That's what gender equality is all about, people. And the same can be said about racial equality. It's Friday. Power to the people. Hail to the Cobra cult. Cheers. We're all gods and goddesses just awaiting to be awakened. The power of the mind is a beautiful thing. Mother Earth is righteous in her ways. It is Mother Earth for a reason, because the earth breeds and gives us, birthing us, substance. The animals we eat, the fruit, the vegetables that we eat. Women give birth. So that's why I call her Mother Earth. Because Mother Earth births us the necessities we need, the gold we make to please our fiancés, the diamonds and the jewelry, the food we eat, the materials we use to make buildings. Mother Earth gives us everything we need to thrive as a human. And I firmly believe that if all factories on this planet switched to a clean burning energy, pollution would be cut down by like 85%. And it would slow down global warming and climate change. If the only thing that ran on gas were vehicles and gardening equipment, etc., that would definitely help. It would give the oil industry an industry to thrive, and it would also cut down on pollution. Because it's pretty bad when you live in China and like the air is so fucking polluted. They're buying like oxygen tanks from a vending machine, and it's just so thick with, you know what I'm saying? It's disgusting when, like in Flint, Michigan, and in Africa, where people don't have access to water. You know, there's so many problems in our world, and it's just sad. And you got people who are fighting over a fit political statements of like, what's a woman? Because Matt Walsh said, "What's a woman?" Now everyone has to define it. And the problem with this is women and trans people are both right, but they're also wrong in a lot of ways. And they don't want to make it about being trans. Now they just prefer to be a woman. But that's your whole identity, you know? You can't sit there and say it's not about being trans and then come out to the world and say that you're trans this, trans that. It doesn't work like that. And when I call out holes in the programming that they're trying to brainwash us with, people don't like it. Like, if you want to be a trans person, that's fine, but don't shove it in everyone else's faces. Now, if a dude's getting drunk at a bar, not thinking too much about it, it starts hitting on you, and you're a trans woman, you know, it's your duty to be like informing them of what they're getting into and realize alcohol does not mean consent. That's so true if it's a male versus a female dynamic where she's super drunk and then she says, "Yeah, I totally want to fuck you," but then she passes out. And so you think, "Oh, hey, I have consent." So you start fucking her, right? And she wakes up after being passed out and in the middle of it forgets that you gave her consent. Now you're a rapist. And that's what makes consent tricky. Am I right? Furthermore, it's just a common decency. If you're at a party drinking with a chick and she's all over you and kissing on you and fondling you, giving you the signs, she wants it. The second she passes out before sex or fun time, you stop. Okay, you stop. Maybe watch over her, make sure no one fucking tries to rape her. And if she wakes up to puke, you can hold her hair back and be like, "It's gonna be okay," kind of thing. But that not only saves your ass as a man, but then also in case she forgets, So that works out in both parties' interests. There's a pro tip if you're partying with chicks, and you do it because it's the right thing to do, not because you're trying to get laid. The whole reason why simp culture was created is because guys try too hard to get laid. And it's like, how about doing it because you're a nice guy and you want to get to know her first? You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, what if she's super hot, but the sex is lousy and you're in a rush to get it? And you just kind of ruined yourself on that. So, like, don't be in a rush to get laid. Delta 8. You know what women want? They want a man who can go out and chop wood for the fireplace and do manly shit and be aggressive, dominant, and competitive. But when it's time for him to like check his male privilege, especially if he's white, your girlfriend's want having a Twilight marathon and she wants cuddles. You as a man, you're more into like the little vampire or like, Lestante's Interview with the Vampire. You're looking at them like fuck pedophiles and that's not a real vampire. But your girlfriend's into it, so you're just like, you know what? Fuck it. You got some boxed wine and you cuddle up with the cats and the puppies. And your girlfriend on the couch, like the firewood's been chopped. If the fire needs to be poked, then we're good to go. We got supplies. And then men love to bitch because they feel like that's a gender based role. Well, how do you think women feel? That's exactly how women feel when they're being told if you can't find a man before you're 30, you're going to be alone the rest of your life. Or like you belong in the kitchen. Fuck that shit. Genetically speaking, men are tougher than women. That's why sometimes women get the upper hand. If you don't like it, try walking in a woman's shoes for a day. You'd hate it. You want to call me sexist or transphobic, but it's like, that's Mother Nature. So suck my dick for telling it like it is. However, just because Mother Nature has its generalizations, that does not defy you as a person. So before you're quick to judge Cobra for saying these things, hear me out. There are some bad bitches out there who don't take shit for nothing or no one, dude. I would not be the kind of man to want to spar with a female who knows UFC fighting. It's not about me being a pussy. It's just about me acknowledging that I don't have martial arts training and those chicks are bad to the bone. Like you see a chick fucking bend a frying pan and her fucking arms aren't as big as mine. I'm like, uh, you got a boner and at the same time you're like terrified a little bit. It's the truth. When you see a female who's cisgendered, her biceps look pretty small compared to yours, but she's still strong enough to bend a frying pan without even trying. You're just like, uh, you know, most men get offended because it's like now they feel like their masculinity is being challenged. And it's like, dude, if you see a chick who can do shit like that, admit it, you're a little turned on and scared at the same time, and you can't handle it. Instead of being like, hey, you know what? There are boss bitches like that. Nope, nope. Now you know what that stems from, YouTube, psychologically, from a social standpoint, is that women and men are being told, regardless of anything, you have to be tougher than the opposite sex. Or, excuse me, gender, because sex and gender are different. Gender is who you are, like male, female. Sex is fornicating. We've already established that on my channel. Fuck sickos. You know, like if women aren't tough enough to beat the boys, they're being told you're not a strong enough female. They're demasculated. And then on top of that, they're being told men dominate everything. So now they're being made to feel worse about it. And then you have what men go through, where it's like if you try anything or say anything, you're a mansplaining, sexist piece of shit rapist. And then at the same time, if you're not tougher than the females, then you're a little fag who can't handle a little competition. And it's just all this negative double standards makes everyone so aggressive, self-righteous, hypocritical, and competitive. It's the truth. And nobody sees it as a people problem or a society problem. It's all about, well, you women, well, you men, well, you gays, well, you this, well, you that. I'm sick of hearing it. I'm bloody fucking sick of hearing it. You hear about women and trans bitching about equality, but the second a cisgender or a man has a little bit of upper hand in society, not because of their fucking privilege, quit assuming, but because that's just how it is. Instead of being like, well, I got to work a little bit harder, or maybe, and you could twist whatever the fuck I want to say. I don't care at this point. I'm trying to fight for the right causes. It's not about virtue signaling, it's not about being woke. It's about being a good person and spreading a good message, regardless of what I get out of it. Oh, that's the Delta 8 and the alcohol talking. Excuse me. Like women and men are so self centered, and society has conditioned us to blame each other instead of look at ourselves and blame society. At the same time, you don't want to blame society for everything that's wrong. It's all about taking personal responsibility, which I fully acknowledge myself. You go on YouTube and have a beer after you say you're going to cut down on drinking, and then everyone's going to look at you like, oh, you call that cutting down? Even though I didn't have a single fucking alcoholic drink all fucking day, and this is the first time I'm getting drunk today, and yesterday it was pretty much the same. In fact, yesterday I didn't even have any fucking alcohol. All I had was Monster and A&W cream soda. So I literally went a day and a half without drinking, and people want to look at me like I'm a piece of shit for having a beer on camera. I'm like, fuck that, dude. You can't please everyone, so just keep doing your thing, dude. And maybe like the ingredients you saw me stuffing into my giant chimichanga calzone fucking burrito are not your cup of tea. You can stuff whatever the fuck you want to stuff into that motherfucker, dude. You load that shit with beef and cheese and all your usual taco fixings. The trick to rolling a good burrito is to keep everything in the middle. Don't overstuff it. and leave plenty of room on the either side. And as you roll the burrito forward, you want to tuck the sides in at the same time, and then roll the sides in your burrito and just and keep rolling it. And then when it lands on that goddamn fold, you want to, if you're gonna like grill it on the grill, then you want to grill it on the fold side first. But if you want to chimichanga it after you fucking roll that bitch, smother it in butter, and then let cover it in some like taco seasoning, some spices, and bake it in the oven. And I've seen it firsthand, dude. I've seen it firsthand. I pulled it out of the oven. I'm like, man, I should have waited to put the cheese on top of the shell sooner. That's all right. I'm still gonna eat it. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? That's what's up. But yeah, that chimichanga was delicious despite having the burnt cheese on it. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? Cobra's 4 steps ahead of the trolls. And I don't have to waste my life trying to ruin my trolls' lives. I've already ruined their lives because their obsession with me is seriously fucking unhealthy, man. I'm craving a cigarette at the bloody moments. I might have one here in a second if I feel like it. I'm not going to answer the door when I'm streaming from now on because that's how the trolls got their satisfaction in the last video. They're so fucking stupid, YouTube. Like, you think they would have learned from the last couple of fucking videos? I sent Cobra free food, he turns into a viral food hack. Their prank backfires on them worse than a Model T with a faulty engine. And they're just cranky as hell because Cobra rules their sad lives. And they're too stupid to be like, you know, if I left Cobra alone and quit fucking harassing him, then maybe I'd be a lot happier in life because you're not going to destroy what happiness and joy that I have in life. You're not going to stop me from enjoying life or having friends. You're not. Your life is fucking sad, YouTube. I hate Cobra, so I'm going to spend as hard as I can all my time in my life trying to ruin his life. Send him dumb shit through fucking goddamn DoorDash or whatever. It's stupid. And it's like if the trolls didn't get the message that I don't give a shit, I show it off on camera and laugh about it, and now I'm flat out ignoring it. The trolls are so dumb and desperate, dude. I'm winning at this point. If I order food or alcohol or anything, I order it off camera. And then literally, I don't talk about it on YouTube. And then when I got my order for the video, if I want to make a video about it, I'll fucking do a video on it. I go live and do YouTube videos, and the trolls think, oh, wouldn't it be funny to send Cobra a bunch of bullshit food, pay for it, and then make it so ridiculous, just trying to get a reaction. My trolls are addicted to getting slayed more than I am to drugs and alcohol. And that's the sad fucking truth, YouTube. And they think, oh, if I send the food to Cobra's neighbors, it will cause drama where he lives. But my neighbors know who I am and they support my videos. So it's like, fuck you, trolls, you lose again. I taped a sign outside of my fucking door that literally says, I did not order anything. If it's paid for, just leave it at my door. I'm not gay, I'm straight. I'm streaming, don't bug me while I'm streaming. And you may think you shouldn't have to tape a sign to your door. I'm like, yeah, but it's that bad. My trolls are that obsessed with me, and I still keep chugging along on my YouTube channel. That shows you how fucking sad my YouTube trolls are. I'm like, okay, you know what, King Cobra fam, the peaches and cream, my favorite adult drink combo. But how can I make it tastier? And there's so many drink combos I've done over the years. And I got endless hours of content built up in my repertoire of YouTube videos. And people dig that about me, man. I'm original, and the trolls can't hack it because they're afraid to be themselves. They're afraid to put themselves out there and just do their thing and do the thing because they're going to get ridiculed and turned down. And it's just easier to bully somebody for having autism. It's fucking sad. To be honest with you, if the trolls send food to my neighbors and they take it for themselves, I don't care. Bon appetit, friends. We're all living in the same apartment complexes. There's no need for drama, man. We're a community here, damn it. That way you don't gotta fucking knock on my door and be like, oh, hey, Cobra, one of your trolls. I'm like, I know. I'm like, oh my God, I want to give Josh's neighbors free food because that'll totally start drama in his apartment complex that he lives in. It's not mine personally. I just live here. And furthermore, how stupid are my YouTube trolls? You know, I keep going on YouTube because of my fans and because I enjoy what I'm doing. You know, I wonder what Peach Monster and Bud Light Platinum would taste like. Hooey. So I got a little bit of this stuff and a little bit of my mixers left. I want to chug the rest of this here cream soda pop, and I want to put these two glass bottles, bigger ones, in the fridge for later, and close out a drink combo with some Monster Peach and some Bud Light Platinum, and then put my my Friday night beer mug in the sink and wash her out. Progressive to a point. There's no such thing as being overly progressive, is what the trolls would say. I say I disagree. There's a big difference between being progressive and being perverted and racist and sexist and all that. Very fine lines that have been drawn in the sand, people. And this is not me preaching at the world. This is just me sharing my opinion. You don't have to take what I say to heart. I don't want people to think I'm preaching at them. This is just me sharing my perspective and going off on how I feel about things. If you disagree with me, that's your choice. If you like my content, subscribe for more. It's not about being woke, it's just about staying informed. There's a difference. The Me Too movement has been ruined, just like the woke culture movement, because some asshole had to get butt hurt. Because everyone hates sickos, because the one sicko had to have feelings over it. And then they had to call out the hypocrisy of the Me Too. And it's like, it's not hypocrisy when you're protecting children, you piece of shit. Because kids are not mature enough to understand the concept of gender or any of that BS. That's why pedophiles are gross. Because children are more precious than rock and roll. You see a kid playing a game with their fellow kids, they pretend they're astronauts or like, cops and robbers, where they pull out their cap guns and it's like, pew, 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 I shot you. No, you shot me. You're not going to see that in today's society like you did when I was a kid, because people look at you playing cops and robbers in today's society, and some Karen will come out and be like, those guns better not be real. I'm calling the cops on you because you're supporting mass shootings. And I'm like, they're kids playing with squirt guns. It's summertime. It's hot outside. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're just adding to the layer of bullshit in our society. Oh, by the way, I don't think all Karens are like that. That's just a stupid internet thing. In fact, I have a T-shirt making fun of the whole Karen thing. It's on my customized girl. It says, I go from zero to Karen to bitch to cunt in 4 seconds or less. And on the back, it's got a picture of a king cobra, and then it says, don't fuck with me. Some nice, awesome female shirts. And that's really just supporting females and making fun of the whole stupid Karen thing, where it's like, you're such a Karen. And it's like, shut up. Oh, I'm just joshing you. You're such a Chad. It's like, shut up. And now, like, the names we were given as people are now being used as insults. And if you bitch about bullying, you get told to check your privilege or you're some kind of phobic asshole. But then when they get bullied, it's respect our pronouns and respect. It's just a circle jerk of bullshit. It is a fucking circle jerk of bullshit. All these self-righteous assholes jacking each other off and then getting mad because nobody wants to watch. So then they post it on OnlyFans, and then the ones who do want to watch, because sometimes that's just easier than dating, watching a hot chick on Chatterbait, having a wank, and then being done with it. You don't got to worry about drama, STIs, or getting a woman pregnant, or having to worry about condoms. It's just, oh, hey, naked chick. Of age goodness. And it's like Chatterbait and websites like that actually help me wait patiently on the dating scene, to be honest. That no one's gonna fucking slut shame a woman for watching pornography, but if a man does it, he's a simp. Fuck you. That, like, women watching me lift weights to Bonnie Taylor's Waiting on a Hero doesn't just drive their like primal animal female instincts to be like, I don't care if Cobra's got nasty teeth and he's going bald. Oh, give me some of that. He's more attractive than his trolls are. So we're going to come to a common conclusion: a society united against sickos, which means trans, LGBTQIAA plus, and cis, straight, cisgendered folks need to stop fucking bickering about their bullshit and just shut the fuck up and get along. Like, you expect us straights, us whites, us cisgendered, and us straight people to acknowledge our privilege but then deny the fact that you have privilege. All of a sudden now we're starting to become oppressed and we don't like it. We get a taste of our own medicine. And when we call out the bullshit and the hypocrisy, it's like both sides can just shut the fuck up. It's 2023. It's 2023, dude. Barack Obama at one point was president, and that motherfucker is black and white. We had a fucking Oreo for a president. No racial offense, Mr. Former President. So I think, you know what? Maybe you can just get over it a little bit. Hello, Garfield. There's a pretty orange monocled cobra. Oh, yeah. A&W cream soda is not a sponsor, but A&W is the king of cream sodas and root beers. Come at me. Can Crush for the fans and for our Friday bitchin' live stream tubes. That's what's up. I'll throw this empty bottle in the trash with this can in the recycling. Put this in the sink and wash it out. Then I'm gonna put the brandy and the wine up in the fridge. That's a really tasty drink combo, and I don't want to burn through it in one sitting. Have a little bit for later, and I got like 4 platinums left. So I'm already feeling a pretty good buzz. I'm gonna scooch those to the side. 1 second. God damn, them Cobra's peaches and cream are pretty fucking delicious, dude. I could drink that all fucking day, dude. God damn. The peach monster mixed with E&J peach. They're like this delicious Stella Rossa Stella peach. Some A&W cream soda and some peach monster and that peach cobbler ice cream. Like, I've been perfecting that drink combo. It's just a generalization of that combo, and it's really tasty, in my opinion. But I want to make that good time last, so I don't want to keep drinking on the hard, fun stuff. Switch over to the Bud Lights. And I have a little bit of Monster left in this can. I got a couple more cans of this Monster in the fridge. So I'll save on those. Maybe do like a Bud Light Platinum and a Monster Peach drink. How'd that sound? Peachy Platinums. There you go. Fucking. There we go. New drink combo within revamping an old drink combo. What kind of drink combo inception is this? Oh yeah, these are for 21 and up. I do like doing drink combos for YouTube, but I want to cut down on my drinking so I can make the buzz come quicker and it makes the alcohol last longer. And then for everyone else who cares about me, it's like, oh, look, he's getting better at managing his drinking. And it's like, I can control when I can and can't drink. I go through periods where I drink a lot and I get over it. And right now I'm over it. And I'm like, I like to drink, but I don't have to drink to enjoy myself. But it's Friday and it's the weekend. Got that peachy goodness, man, that dynamic duo right there. Stella Rossa, Stella Peach. with the E&J peach. Oh shit. So I want to grab one more for the stream, and then we got. Oh, hold it, hold it, hold it. We got a fresh, clean cup. My fans sent me these sweet fucking goblets. Very Viking. I dig it. Grab one more for the stream, and then these three are going to be put into the fridge for later. Woo! So I revamped. I got some peach monster if I want to recreate that combo, but I want to go a little bit simpler with it. Those peachy, Cobra's peaches and cream. There we go. That's a tasty little fucking combo. Ooh. Well, it doesn't work if you don't pull the cap off. And at any rate, that's why I grabbed another monster, because that's not enough monster for a monster and beer combo. Hold up. Mm-hmm. That's definitely enough monster for the evening. That'll fucking caffeinate your ass for a hot minute. Like, woo, let's go. Yeah. Monster Energy Ultra Peachy Keen. You gotta have your keen senses about you. Don't let society brainwash you into just going along with the flow, but at the same time, have your own personality. That's pretty straightforward. That explains everything. Like, as long as you ain't a sicko, outside of that, you know what I'm saying? Some Bud Light Platinum and some Peach Monster Energy drink. So you don't gotta be extravagant with the ice cream and all that fancy nonsense. This actually might taste pretty fucking good, a peachy platinum. What's the name of it? So we revamped an old drink combo and then made a new one with it. That's the beauty of drink combos. Bud Light Platinum with some of that peach monster. Let's go. Let's see how I do. Oh, sweet baby Lucifer. Ho ho ho. I like peach flavored things personally. That's just me. But mixing the ultra peach keen, super delicious monster, by the way, with that Bud Light Platinum, maybe you're lactose intolerant and you can't have the peach ice cream. I get that. That's gotta suck. Being lactose intolerant would suck. You know that? You couldn't enjoy ice cream or chocolate milk. That would just be sad. They got like dairy free options, but it's just not the same. Mm, you too. You don't want to worry about like curdling or like fucking being allergic to dairy. Bud Light Platinum and that peach monster will do it. I like the Red Bull and I like the Rockstar. I like energy drinks in general. I'm not particularly picky, but if I had to pick one, Monster is my favorite. That black and green is classic. And furthermore, I got plans after this stream. Let's let you do those plans. I'll just take care of plans tomorrow. It's not no worries. People are like, laugh my ass off. Glad you're being entertained by the Cobra. Because Bud Light Platinum and Peach Monster Zero Sugar, I'm only buying it because it's peach flavored. The fact that it's zero sugar, I'm like, nah, B. I'm like, you tasty for zero sugar, I'll give them that. Because when you want like a monster energy drink, you want the sugar, you want the caffeine, you want the crack in the can, basically. Yeah. Your legal high in a can. You gotta be responsible with energy drinks. No more than three a day if they're a regular like Monster or a Rockstar. But then you start getting into like uncharted territory like Bang, where it's got like 300 milligrams of caffeine per can. One a day, dude. You don't want to die of a heart attack at like 30 because you spent your 20s chugging that shit. As somebody who loves energy drinks, I'm telling you right now, you gotta have like a cut down period where it's like, I love my caffeine, but yeah, because right now I'm feeling amped up and it's a wonderful feeling because I know I can tolerate the caffeine myself. But there are some people who are super sensitive to caffeine and they drink one because of the hype. He said ironically. the hype. Cobra playing that hype harp, like, people are so quick to troll Cobra, and I'm like, dude, if you're gonna troll Cobra, I got like a million insults I can throw at myself that are way funnier than anything the trolls say, man. And then when the trolls send me free food, I turn it into a food hack. And now they're just sitting there on their subreddit going, hey guys, Cobra's not getting pissed off at the trolling anymore. This is kind of lame and it just makes us look retarded. I fucking hate Cobra. You know the fucking face that I made on my 9/11 stream where I'm all crying my eyes out, that face. That's the face my trolls make because they lose to Cobra. That's why I put it on my Boggle 'em shirts. Making fun of the trolls for making fun of me and then making fun of them. It's like now Cobra's out trolling the trolls. And now they gotta try twice as hard to fuck with me just to prove a point. And their point is lost because now it just makes them look obsessed. Because I, King Cobra JFS, do not have to spend my entire day battling trolls, finding out what their fucking number is so I can get them fired from their job or any of that dumb shit that they do to me. I don't gotta do shit. All I gotta do is go live and make drink combos, and their little fucking assholes spurg out about it. Like, I hate Cobra so much. He better not go live this Friday evening. I swear to God, I fucking hate Cobra. Trolls lose, bitch. You see this sick ass goblet, my fans? I got a couple of these in my cupboard, mind you, and my cupboard's full of cups. But I'm so grateful for like the cool things my fans send me, like little trinkets like this, where they're like, "You're descended from Norwegians," which would explain my black metal roots, according to Ancestry.com. I'm also descended from Vikings and British. So I'm like, yeah, that would explain my natural ability with music, huh? But yeah, this is black metal and Viking as fuck, and I'm like, dude, sweet goblets. It's a bit morbid, but that's what makes it fun, I guess. Fuck sickos. To be or not to be drunk, that is the question, isn't it? Romeo and Juliet or Romero Hearst? I made a Grand Theft Auto reference. Suck it. Trevor Phillips, remember that name. So I'm dropping a new album called Blunt Wraps and Cobra Coils because I'm an advocate for pot and legalizing marijuana rights, and because I bust raps. A lot of my fans would love a rap album, so I want to make a new album that's got a lot of rap songs and then like a mixture of my old sound or like current sound. I wouldn't call it an old sound because that's my sound. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'll include an album with like some rap songs, and then some like original like metal songs, and then maybe like a rap song where it collides with my sound, like some like "Walk This Way" type shit. I made a rap that I sent to Deathbed Tapes called "Fuck the Trolls," and it was me idolizing Ozzy Osbourne and ripping on the trolls in one glorious rap. I mean, like, fuck sickos and fuck the trolls and long live Ozzy. Here's a rap about those three things. And it was just so attitude-ish in your face, you know. It's not about Ozzy Osbourne noticing my ass. It's about supporting him and his music. It's about him getting back on stage and his health recovering to where he can record more albums. Just go out there and get yourself out there. You know, sometimes it takes little steps. Like, I struggle with dating sometimes. So, like, little steps, like learn how to figure how women think, and that's funny, isn't it? A man trying to figure out how a woman thinks so we can better understand women. That's been the goal for men for centuries. Well, now you live in a modern day society called social media, so like you want to hear about how women think, they'll tell you. Oh, they'll fucking tell you. If they're on their period, especially if they've had too much tequila. Okay, Cobra. Shh. Like men are being simp shamed for being nice to women, and that's the equivalent of a female being shamed for her period. Except, like, men can control it, women can't. That's the only difference. But society tells men all women want is assholes, and then women say, "Why can't she find a nice guy?" So you're sending us mixed messages as guys, and it doesn't do anything but create more bullshit. Let's pet the Garfield. Pet the Garfield. He hates Mondays. His favorite lasagna is mongoose rats. I forget the whole bit that I did earlier with it, but it's gold. That's all I know. Mongooses, rats, and trolls, and lasagna. That's his fucking diet. And he bites sickos and hurts people that are bad. There we go. I figured it. All right. Brain farts tend to happen more often when you drink. That's just kind of a side effect. But people don't think I can handle my alcohol or cut down. At this point, I'm starting to feel a buzz. And I'm feeling good about it. And now I gotta keep drinking to get the feeling. And people are like, okay, hey Cobra, we saw you do your peaches and cream combo. Do something else with that. Okay, how about Monster Peach and Bud Light Platinum to cap off the video so you get a revamp of a classic combo already, but then a new combo on top of it. People want to call it lazy. I call it keeping things fresh. Nobody wants to see the people who call it lazy do videos. That's a fact. You want to call this content lazy? Look, anyone can go on camera and make an ass of themselves and do stupid shit. Hmm. If you're not sensitive to like caffeine, the Ultra Peach Keen by itself is just tasty by itself. You don't need any alcohol to appreciate that. But when you mix Monster with alcohol, it's just like mixing Red Bull with Jägermeister. Which that's how you make the infamous Jaeger bomb, which is a very classic drink combo. You mix Jägermeister with Red Bull, and that's just how drink combos catch on. That's the fun of it. And I don't care if my drink combos catch on. I'm just drinking whatever I feel like drinking. Like tonight, I'm feeling kind of peachy, so it's like, do you hear about the fruit trying to go through puberty and grow a mustache? Yeah, they called it peach fuzz. That was the worst joke I've told in a hot minute. I'm sorry you had to go through that. People are used to me streaming every day. It's become a fix. Mm. No, Momo Zine said how to make punk money. And I think he asked me to respond to it, and I kind of did and really didn't. And he gave me money for it. And regardless of whether or not he did, he's a YouTuber I support. And, well, if I forgot to respond to it more like officially, I feel bad. A lot of people look up to me in the community as a YouTuber, and I appreciate the support that I get. But you see Momo Zine dressing up in like goth and like punk makeup, what have you. And it's not about your gender or anything, it's just about expressing yourself. But in like today's fucked up society, if you try to dress goth, people automatically assume it's because you're this or that. Not because you listen to Nine Inch Nails or Skinny Puppy or Dimmu Borg or Cradle of Filth or whatever. So trying to make punk money is possible. You just gotta find your niche in the punk society. I can't find the videos at the moment. I'm gonna like briefly touched on it. I mean, for a lot of people, it's pretty straightforward, just common sense. You want to make money doing the thing that like me and him are doing. You know, you gotta have an understanding of how things work. All the fucking assholes who accused Marilyn Manson of raping them were just sexist baiting because it's, in today's modern society, it's like blame the male for everything. But if you try to ask them to accept their responsibility for their actions, you're a sexist. Everyone else can crap on you as soon as you crap on everyone else. Everyone's sick of your shit. That's what it is, dude. And I still fight for the causes that I fight for despite all of that. And this is kind of one of those rude awakenings for a lot of people where it's like, yeah, Cobra's a drunk asshole, but he's kind of right. saying what everyone else is thinking. That's why I get so many. That's why my shit was blowing up on that one Instagram page because I'm saying what everyone else is thinking. That's why it's called telling it like it is. I'm saying what everyone else is thinking, and then people get triggered by it because depending on how they sit on their political stance, it offends what they have to say. And quite frankly, I don't even care. Right now, I'm hopped up on Monster Peach Energy, and I'm like, let's go, let's get shit done. Yeah. If I can't get the occasional, you know what I'm saying? It's the next best thing Monster is, and it's cheaper and easier to find. Say no to cocaine, kids. When we have a discussion about gender, that women go off and talk about how pissed off they are because trans women are erasing their gender, but they're also erasing male gender too, and then demanding you support their gender while saying at the same time that gender does not exist. And I'm like, okay, a lot of people want to support these individuals, but you make it hard to support them when you let sickos do their thing and then you make up some crazy Looney Tune story of ass backwards talking that makes people go, eh. Don't let the sickos sympathize you into that shit because people bully you into being because you're trans. You know what I'm saying? It's what it is. People bully you because you're trans, and then you see someone else getting bullied because they were sicko, and then in your fucking delusional mind, don't let that shit there's a line, people. I don't gotta say any more on that issue. It's not a reflection on trans people. That's just how it is. And I'm like, okay, here's the thing of it, man. So Sir Elton John has a boyfriend and a husband. That's progressive enough. There's a fine line between being progressive and being perverted, darling, and that's just not how it's. Like, okay, a lot of people just want to have their cheese and whine about it too. That's what it is anymore. And it's like you want to hate on somebody because they're LGBTQ plus or because they're a cisgendered straight heterosexual white person or whatever. How about hating someone because they're a sicko? Like direct all that racial and sexual tension you have towards each other and direct it towards the group of people who need to learn and recognize that kids are more precious than rock and roll. It's Friday night, man. Kids right now, they're not worried about getting laid. They're worried about chugging about how many sodas they can chug. And it's Friday, and yay, I don't gotta be in school. Fucking binge watch their favorite series or stay up till like 2 o'clock in the morning playing Fortnite. Just being kids, man. It's precious, is what it is. Kids don't start worrying about that crap until they get to that age when they discover, you know, the joys of puberty. Garfield, shield your eyes. There was a monster more terrifying than the one in my can. If you can survive puberty in high school, you can survive damn near anything. With Hogwarts Legacy being like the new hit game, Cobra Craft Handmade Wands just gained a new audience of people who want a wand. They sit there and they create one in Hogwarts Legacy, and then they see a legit practitioner of the craft who sells them. Yeah, when I get some more wand wood, I'll definitely carve more wands. But the only reason the trolls call me a sicko is so they can get me to talk about kids. And then they can try to use that to twist it into their own sick, disgusting ways. It just makes my trolls look like pedophiles who hate Cobra, to be honest. Yep. And if they weren't jealous of Cobra, they wouldn't text me, you better not go live, boy. Oh, no one's jealous of you, Cobra. You're a stupid alcoholic who's going bald, who can't get laid, and your teeth are rotting, and your breath smells. But every chick that you try to get with thinks you're a creep. And you're going bald, and you're fat, and you're lazy, and your drink combos suck, and they just keep going on and on and on with you. And I'm like, tell me how you really feel. And despite all that, I still got more love and support than you do. How's that for the bitch of things, you little troll bitch? My last live stream, I was celebrating Women's International Day. I'm like, ignore the simp shaming, ignore the assholes that were like, when women are almost expected to do certain things for men if men do things for them and vice versa. And it's disgusting and shallow how society really works. Society is obsessed with sex, money, and greed, and everyone's just out for themselves. And it's disgusting anymore. And everyone, like I said, wants to throw a fit when their oppression happens. But then when the person they hate is getting oppressed and they get more power, they don't speak out for the person they hate. And like I said, as long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? You know, that's pretty straightforward. How the fuck you gonna complain about racism when people are throwing racist comments about white people all being racist, homophobic, sexist assholes? And you don't say nothing because you, as a black, fucking strong and empowered bisexual female, all of a sudden in today's society, you have all the privilege that you bitch about everyone else having. And it feels good, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. And that's the fucking truth of it, dude. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm like, you didn't ask for that privilege. You didn't ask for that oppression. So now I'm supposed to give you more privilege because you had to face my oppression. Fuck that shit. It's not my fault. I'm just guilty by association because I'm white, straight, cisgendered, male, heterosexual. And I'm like, I try to be a pretty cool and chill dude, but because of what I identify as, I get a lot of crap in society. And I'm like, why don't you hate on sickos instead of hating on somebody because they're trans or because they're straight or gay or whatever? It's all stupid, YouTube. Fucking hate sickos. Christ. Society makes you want to a fucking drink. And it's St. Patrick's Day, so 'tis the season. I like the Bud Light Platinum mixed with the Monster Peach energy drink. That's pretty good, YouTube. A peach platinum. That's what we're gonna call it. I'm surprised he didn't try to fucking Cobra and his autism. I'm surprised he didn't try to like call it Cobra this or Cobra that. Fucking annoying as shit, that piece of shit. And it's like, dude, no one's asking you to watch my videos, bud. I'm taking one day at a time, enjoying life for the simple qualities and being grateful for what I have in my life while trying not to let the haters get to me just like anyone else. If people happen to think, okay, I did Cobra's drink combos are super delicious, that's just a good coincidence. If it entertains people, well, who am I to judge? Long as you ain't a sick fuck, that's outside of that, I don't judge. Long as you ain't a racist or sexist or a sick fuck or an inhuman, abusive piece of shit, I don't judge outside of that. Animal abusers fucking piss me off. You know that? Don't even get me started on that, YouTube. This Bud Light Platinum's just about empty, but we want to pour the rest of this peach monster in here. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm gonna put this other one back in the fridge because I'm feeling buzzed enough. I'm content. You know, trying to make it last a little bit longer. Empty can goes in recycling. This goes back in the fridge. Now I gotta take a leak. Pissing on Jeffrey Epstein's grave. Jeffrey Epstein's grave is thirsty tonight. Piss off, you nasty wanker. Man, I didn't realize. Fuck Jeffrey Epstein. I get a little carried away with my streaming. My plans will have to wait till tomorrow and no bullshit. That's fine. Bud Light Platinum with that Monster Peach Zero Sugar is quite tasty in my opinion. I want to make a quick stream and then do my thing. But I got carried away. There we are, perfect. You're looking kind of slunched over, Garfield. Who's a pretty monocle cobra? Yes, you are. Rest in pieces of shit, Jeffrey Epstein and Elliot Rogers. Fuck incels and fuck sickos. And fuck the nukes. What does it prove? What the fuck does it prove? Countries get into a dick measuring contest like I've got more nukes than you do. That doesn't prove shit, dude. One of the fans sent me a pack of lighters. This one happened to be like really pink and girly, so I was like, not trying to be gender specific. Pink is just not my color personally. I don't care if you're a dude who rocks it or not. I don't judge, as long as you're in a sicko. So I took this pink lighter and I hit it with some nail polish of different shades. Excuse me. I popped the safety off. Well, the only lighter they have left at the gas station is a pink lighter, and you don't want to be seen with that shit. It's nothing against the color pink. It's not a matter of, you know what I'm saying? I get tired of that too. Like, that's a yes and no kind of situation. Like, real men wear pink, and it's just like, shut up. This idea that real men wear pink or you're a fag if you wear pink, the whole thing is stupid, in my opinion. It's like, can we like just wear the colors we like without having to face labels? It's so stupid. Like, okay, so I listen to Cradle of Filth and I rock a t-shirt that I bought from Hot Topic or Spencer's, and automatically in the goth community I get called a mallcore poser. And the whole reason goth got started was because of punk, which got started because, oh, we're sick and tired of labels and everyone calling us a poser and saying we're not cool enough. Like, you just see how fucking fake everything is, and it's seriously fucking irritating. Oh, who? Cobra. Pour the Bud Light Platinum and the Peach Monster and like take a deep breath, bud. Maybe go outside, smoke an NXT, and just like. So, like, when I hear women bitching because trans women get more acceptance, and if they try to argue with it, they get called a transphobe. I'm like, join the club. Now, all of a sudden, cisgendered women are uniting with cisgendered men. And that's how society does that. They want cis people to fight with trans and women to fight with men. And it's just this three-way circle jerk of bullshit. And that's how they keep us oppressed, YouTube. That's exactly the truth. So you can't let people oppress you because of those things. And kids are kids. They're going to, like, okay, when I was a kid, I grew up watching anime. So I stand in the backyard of my parents' and my grandparents' house, pretending to be a Z fighter from Dragon Ball Z and like defeating the bad guy and shit because it's called having an overactive imagination. And people are too stupid to distinguish that between the adults who are so offended if you don't agree with them that you could say, I agree with you, but that doesn't mean you should have more rights than me. Nope, that's not good enough. You're still a transphobe. And I'm like, we have much to learn, YouTube. Highway to hell! Down, down. Hell ain't a bad place to be. I saw Sydney Watson and like Jeremy from the quartering, and Sydney Watson was talking about how Joe Biden gave the award to a trans woman and how she felt like the female gender was being erased. And if you say anything about that, you're some kind of phobe. You could totally support trans people, but at the same time, that doesn't mean, okay, you get more equality than me because I was born with this set of genitalia, but you mutilated yours to get there. Like, that seems like a crass argument. You know, the whole thing is just fucking stupid. I kind of went off on this video. I wasn't trying to be mean to anyone. Just seeing what I see in the media. And as soon as the nail polish dried, I was just like, yeah, I don't care if it comes off. I got a custom made Bic liner with nail polish. Bah, fire. Ugh. I'm an Aries, so of course I'm just like, ooh, pretty fire. My stream got a little carried away tonight, folks. I was up later on the stream than I intended. That kind of interfere with the rest of my plans, but that can all be arranged in the next couple of days. So I'm not worried about it, man. It's all good. Uh, Garfield's gonna eat mongoose, rat, and mice, and trolls and lasagna. I was a good cobra. We're gonna help. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna strike down sickos and trolls. Yes. You're mixing Bud Light Platinum with the Peach Monster Energy gives it a delicious flavor, and mixing the effects of Monster with Bud Light gives you that Jaeger bomb effect. But like maybe you're not the biggest fan of Jaeger or black licorice. I get that. It's an acquired taste, much like anything in life, I guess. Hmm. Now my spitter spies are sending me screenshots from the subreddits. The trolls are like sitting there, Cobra better not go live. His teeth are rotting, and just talking all this shit. And I'm like, holy crap, my trolls' lives are fucking pathetic. Like, bottom of the tier, you have my YouTube trolls. It starts off with sick fucks and inhuman pieces of shit. And then that's the pure bottom of the tier. Then you have my YouTube trolls. Then you have me. And then you have everybody else. My foot in your Asperger's. I literally showed people how to make a chimichanga in the oven, even if you don't make it like ginormous. Okay, smearing butter spread and seasoning all over your flour or corn tortilla, and then baking it in the oven. I had some flour tortillas from the Mission tortilla company. I like it because they got a little bell on the front, you know. So I was like, I like church bells. Let's go. Let's use that one for the. And oh yeah, if you like real individual tiny burritos and you bake a bunch in the oven with like different things, you gotta smear it in butter and a little bit of seasoning because that butter melts into the tortilla shell. And then when it bakes up in the oven, it gets a nice golden brown, crispy, like perfect chimichanga flavor status. But I'm like, I don't want to do recipes like that because I don't want to come off as cultural appropriation because I don't have any Spanish in my white ass heritage. You know, it's getting to the point where you can't even cook tacos because you like them without someone being like, that's offensive to Mexicans because you're white and cooking their food is cultural appropriation. And it gets to the point where you're just like, you want to choke these overly politically correct bastards out, but they'll word manipulate their way out of that too. And it's just so irritating. Like, okay, if like you're a white family and it's taco night and you cook your tacos the way you want to cook them without being a stereotypical racist towards Mexicans, that's the difference. Like, how is it cultural appropriation if it's like, hey, I like tacos too, man? Shit. And like you're sharing ideas from different cultures and different, that's what's beautiful about culture. You gotta celebrate culture for its music and its food. That's just the way I look at life. And every culture can relate to that because it's universal food and music. If I was in Taiwan and like there's a restaurant that serves King Cobra, would you eat it for a video? I'm like, what's the catch? You gotta eat the entire snake and drink the entire bottle of King Cobra blood infused vodka as a respect to their culture. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm down to do the challenge. I'm like, no time limit, man. I'm just enjoying the culture and sampling the food. I'm starting to feel a fucking buzz right now, and I'm feeling good. A true alcoholic will recognize when they're getting buzzed and go and recognize the situation and be like, you don't need to like get drunk to enjoy your situation. And by true, I mean a smart, functioning alcoholic will be like, I recognize my limits. And when I start to feel a little bit drunk, and dude, I'm feeling good right now. I didn't mean for the stream to take this long. I had plans. I was gonna do a quick stream and then do my thing, but man, it's like the weekend. It's a Friday. It's after 10 o'clock. Almost a 4-hour stream for the weekend. talking politics and just, okay, you know what? Not trying to offend anyone, but here's my 2 cents. And people are going to take that and be like, oh, you offensive, politically incorrect bastard, because that's always what the fuck they jump to automatically because I'm white. And I'm like, bruh, the hypocrisy makes me want to fucking punch people in the face because you want to bitch because you're tired of the racial stereotypes you face. Join the fucking club, dude. And I would never punch anyone in the face unless they were trying to punch me. It is the way of the cobra. You notice the cobras are not aggressive by nature unless you try to corner them, you know? And that's just the way I try to be, personally speaking. Because I don't go looking for trouble, but if trouble comes my way, I'm ready to strike. That vape pen's got a bite to it. You got this vape pen that I ordered from Forbidden Leaf. It needs to be charged. And then I got this other vape pen that the fan sent me, and pretty much the same thing, but like a different flavor. For a lot of people who hate sickos, they try to support LGBTQ plus. There were some LGBTQ members who support sickos. Not all of them, but some. And it's no different than the racist white asshole that makes all whites look bad. So now you live in a society where it's like all they do is focus on the negatives and nobody wants to change. It doesn't do anything, dude. A little bit of negativity goes a long way, but too much negativity and nobody wants to be your friend. At the same time, don't be a pushover. Too much positivity, it makes you a sucker, dude. It's the truth. I will say this, shout out to Exhumed Visions. Thank you for giving me some money for the t-shirt sales. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. I'll be doing more shout outs, like I said. Tomorrow, when I'm not live, I do like to go live for my fans on occasion because it's a treat. You get to interact with your favorite celebrity and interact with your fellow fans. And then you learn to ignore the trolls and just laugh at them and then troll them back twice as hard. And all of a sudden they don't like you. It's not fair. Why does that sound familiar? Because when trans women steal the female identity and then get pissed off when cisgendered women pretend to be trans for clout, it's like there's a circle of hypocrisy going both ways. And it's like, why are women so catty towards each other? Jesus Christ. So women think, okay, we get a bunch of testosterone injections. and call themselves a male, that's automatically going to give them privilege. See, if you're going into the whole trans thing because you want more privilege, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. I'm not trying to be a dick. I support trans people, but if you think that women or men have it better and the only reason you're doing it is because you want political respect and attention and acceptance, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And all it does is hurt LGBTQ. Even further, LGBTQIAA plus, I will acknowledge that straight people have privilege, but hating them back is not going to get you the privilege and the respect you want. It's not. It's just going to create more hatred and give the other side hate an excuse to hate you, and then the cycle never fucking ends. It's the same excuse and the same answer with gender relations, why women and men hate each other. It's I see these patterns in society, and I absorb it from a King Cobra standpoint, where I don't say anything. I just listen to all arguments, and I hear women and men pretty much bitching about the same thing. They all want equality. It doesn't matter if you're trans or not. That's what makes the argument stupid, is that as long as you're not a sicko, who cares? Outside of that, everyone's bitching about the same thing. I want equality. No, I want equality. And then they're so selfish with it. They think, well, you don't deserve equality because of the way your people oppress my people. Well, you don't deserve equality because of the way you're shoving your beliefs in my face. And it's just a giant virtue signaling circle jerk of bullshit treatment.